How'd you like that? That was my ventriloquy dummy over there. Forgot to turn on the audio. Anyways, hello. It's good to see all of you here tonight. Got a bunch of folks in here into the chat, ready to raise a little hell. So am I actually. Welcome to tonight's show, the tipping point here, the Revolution Radio launch. We started about five. Well, now that I think about it, wow, this is 6 years ago. I started raising hell right here. Same microphone, same Fisher Price camera, same wires, same computer. Yeah, and this has stood the test of time. I told all of you it takes enough money to stick into a bubblegum machine and get enough to chew all day long to be able to start your own podcast. That's all it costs. And here we are raising hell. Kind of like Jelly Roll did at the Grammys, Nicki Minaj. What's going on here, folks? This is the show. You see what's going on in the world today? Look, it doesn't all look so good on the surface all the time, and things that kind of go sideways. You're like, what the hell's happening? How about silver? Holy Mary, Mother of God. Silver is cranking up 119, 20, 21, 22, 23. And all of a sudden, one day, boom, bottom falls out, nosedives. Nosedives to like $75 an ounce. I mean, talk about an epic collapse. Most people, if you're in the market, if you're an investor in silver, most people are like, oh my God, what's happening? But I think if you start to see exactly how these criminal scumbags play the game, JP Morgan and company, all of these banks did a massive manipulation on paper contracts, because that's the problem. You got like 300, I don't know, 300 million, or is it million ounces of silver in paper contracts. And they don't, and there's a margin call. These people do not have the silver to hand to the people to say, I want to sell my silver now, give me my money. So anyways, they knew this was coming. They've known it for a long time. What do? They set the stage for a massive haircut. Now, are some people freaked out about it? I was, not that much. I mean, when I woke up, I'm like, what happened? But knowing full well, Kirk Elliott, he's had his handle on this stuff forever. Yes, we're going to see a comeback. He says, absolutely, this was paper manipulation for these people to temporarily save their asses. The good news is silver was timed perfectly at the floor by JP Morgan. The moment it hit 75, they had it all ready to go. Boom. Sold off massive amount of naked shorts, trying to save their asses to keep them solvent, which we all know that none of them are solvent, because it's a crime syndicate. I'm not talking about the people that work in banks. My mother worked in a bank for 15 years. I'm talking about the central banks, not your local bank. My banker's a good guy. My bank's been good to me for quite some time. It is those people that are pulling the levers behind the wizard's curtain. Those bastards did this. But here's the thing. We now have identified silver. The floor on silver is now 75. It was 30. It was less than 30 for like 4 years, maybe 5, since we started buying silver. Everybody else was, hey, when's it going to come up? Well, not only comes up, it hits 50, goes beyond that, 60, 70, 80, and it's blowing up. We're going crazy. It's over 100. It's 110, headed for 120. Kirk said it was going to be 120 to 140 in the first quarter of this year. He was dead right. It went back down, but it hit 120. Just like he said, silver is going to hit 72 by the end of last year. Well, heck, it was way up. I don't even know. It might have been in the 90s or something. Dropped 14 percentage points, and we went back down to 72 on December 31st. Kirk Elliott was right again. But he also says it's going to come back. And so we're going to see that happen. I would expect and hope it comes roaring back. But either way, as I was looking at the trend for the year, 1 year ago today, silver was $31. Today, right now, it is at $84.22. So if you look at this, folks, it is up over $50 in 1 year. That's, well, what's the percentage? You can't see it right here, right now. 1 year to date, or 1 year. It's not showing me the percentage like it should. Anyways, it's up well over 100%. And then now look at what's going on here with the Grammys and everything else going on. All the bullshit you would expect at the Grammys, these lobotomized fools, which, I mean, folks, isn't it great that the elite celebrity class, Hollywood music industry, that Americans just don't give a shit anymore? Like their BS, their MK Ultra positioning and programming and messaging to all of us, nobody gives a shit anymore. So much so, there's a lot of people waking up. There's people fighting back in these industries, coming out into the open to tell you that this is a satanic empire. And basically, they are leveraged every way, shape, and form to get them to support the global cabal power structures narrative to keep you buried. Well, guess what? That isn't working anymore either. Let me show you a quick video here. This is Nicki Minaj, of all people, Nicki Minaj coming out in full support of President Trump and getting on stage with him. Check this out. I mean, folks, what do you think of that? I mean, look at this. This is right out into the open, coming out and talking about pissing in the face of your controllers. Check this out. This is an X post that she dropped. I'm going to read this to you when it pops up here. This takes balls. She says, "Are y'all understanding that these people have been sacrificing children as a way of gaining and maintaining power? If you ever vote Democrat again, you're just as soulless as they are and will perish. Maybe it's time for me to do some story times," threatening them now, "since I was trying to not say what I know, yet they continue to attempt bullying. Also, I won't be releasing an album until my contract is renegotiated, until I tell you about all the sabotage this Rico is finding out about Billboard." Folks, this is a major player here. Major player coming out during the Grammys, in spite of all the other bullshit going on with the other lobotomized, controlled fools who don't have the courage, they don't have the integrity, and they don't have the spiritual stature you do, because we all say no to that shit. That's why we weren't all facilitated, to the upper levels of their empire in every way that they do. So this thing isn't cracking, it's now breaking. And now you see Jelly Roll. I mean, of even a greater sin than this right here, than her coming out and exposing these satanic killers in the entertainment industry. Even worse than that, way worse. You talk about being considered the heretic of all heretics. Let's watch Jelly Roll. Holy shit. Talk about throwing down, dropping a daisy cutter right on the Grammys. Where's my cross? I haven't been wearing my cross that was given to me by Judd Saul, who is raising money for equipping the persecuted in Nigeria. That unbelievable amount of Nigerian Christians being slaughtered by these radical Muslims. Anyways, so forgot to wear that tonight, but Jelly Roll, my hat is off to you by spitting in the face of Satan himself sitting there in that crowd. That doesn't mean everybody is, folks, but let me tell you, if you get to the upper echelons, it is absolutely because of who they are. Speaking of a 6x8, Don Lemon, what's this guy bitching about? I mean, other than not seeing his husband when he goes to prison, because he's going. They're using the same law that the Biden administration used on 80-year-old grandmothers who were singing or praying outside of abortion clinics, went to jail. 40, I just heard this the other day, 40 years they've given these people for doing something outside, not inside, outside, even off the property. This is the Gestapo tactics these bastards have used. But guess what? As I said before, every pendulum comes back. And we also watching those Q posts, reading them for 3.5 years. I remember that one. Capital letters, boomerang. So that is what is happening. Trump continues to rack up massive wins. I was scrolling down through. I like to always look at oh, by the way, Bad Bunny, Super Bowl, all that kind of stuff. Folks, although I've got issues now with TPUSA, especially when the audio just came out of Charlie Kirk's wife, just literally days after, giddy and excited about how much money that they are selling in merchandise. It's like 200,000 and climbing. Can you believe that? Talking about all the donations coming in, acting giddy. Nobody whose husband was assassinated like this and this kind of trauma is going to be talking about with enthusiasm what's happening with TPUSA. Anyways, so, okay, back to Bad Bunny. The Super Bowl halftime show, Bad Bunny, a lot of controversy. Again, it's their satanic projection into your soul and your mind and out of your kids is being countered by TPUSA with Kid Rock, and I forget who else, a number of people, including Kid Rock. They're doing their own halftime concert. I highly recommend all of you, to walk away from the Super Bowl halftime show. Watch it on YouTube later so you can catch up to what's actually happening or what they're actually projecting. but we want to show the Super Bowl that we can say we are going over to watch TPUSA's halftime show. We are not going to participate in your satanic bullshit. So Don Lemon, I guess, whatever they call me. I don't know if I got that right. I got a text from my producer. She's got to correct me on my elementary school grammar. But yeah, Don, I don't know why they call him Lemon. His name's Lemon. That's how I always pronounce it. After they become famous, they put a little spin on it. But I don't know what Donnie's all bumped up on, other than not seeing his husband. Why is he all bummed out? Why is he pissed, raising hell? Because he's going to get a 6x8 cell too, I'm sure. In fact, I don't know why these people bitch when they go to jail. I mean, look, I'm not going to hit him on his persuasion, but man, you're talking about food free. What's the guy bitching about? I don't get it. Anyways, everything they're doing is backfiring. It's backfiring all across the board. There's some stuff I was looking at here before we came on, and I was just scrolling down through some of these accomplishments of Trump. It's absolutely, if you look at it, people are now focusing on it. If you actually look at it and see what's really going on here, see some of the stats that I just saw here a minute ago. President Trump. Let's see. Trevor Noah is now on notice. Falsely claimed Trump went to Epstein Island. We're going to get to the Epstein stuff. We've got Mike Jaco, Josh Reed, and Carrie Cassidy coming on here in about 10 minutes or less, actually. So this is going to be quite a round table. Let's see. Thousands storm. Let me see. Oh, there's thousands are demanding tax exempt status be revoked after United Methodist Church location in Iowa hosted training on how to obstruct federal immigration. Hundreds gathered for legal observer training aimed at interfering with U.S. immigration customs enforcement. Let's be clear, churches aren't above the law. Training to block people, to block federal agents is not charity, it's activism, it's obstruction. If you want to run a political operation against the law, you don't get taxpayer protection, revoke it. President Trump, revoke their tax exempt status, make it permanent. This is how we shut this crap down. Getting to Trump's victories here. Now, this is D.C., all right? It's crimes collapsing there. We have homicide down 80%. This is just in months, folks. Robbery down 58%, burglary down 28%, motor vehicle theft down 57, overall crime down 26. This is not an accident. This is enforcement. This is leadership. They told us it couldn't be done. Trump proved it can. And it says, yeah, I voted for this. There's other places too. Yeah, Donnie, I see more. You're going to prison. Movement for Alberta, Canada to secede to the United States. That's awesome. Let's see. Oh, here's another one. This blew me away. Trump confirms the United States officially made more steel than Japan did in 2025. America is now third globally. Folks, I mean, do you know what it takes to get, first of all, to open it, start a company, start it up, whatever, or expand? You need infrastructure. You need massive investment to get this stuff moving to the capacity it once was. I'm guessing they were putting this stuff in place. There's no way this stuff happens fast. Just like when they put up all the glass, plexiglass shields at every place on Earth, launch a bioweapon. You got to stay 6 feet. We got to put up these plastic shields at all the checkout counters. Let me ask you a question. Do you have any idea how long it would take to manufacture millions of these things? You don't just snap your fingers and it happens. You have to gear up for this stuff, which they did a long time before, because you don't all of a sudden think it up and decide we better get moving here, get these glass shields moving to save people's lives. It takes forever. I mean, we're talking years. It can take at least inside a year to get something up like that and running and deploying to where now it's not just manufacturing, folks. It is shipping, it's logistics, it's money, it's warehousing, you name it, millions upon millions and millions of these. You're not talking millions of businesses getting them. You're talking about multiple stations in millions of businesses getting these things all rolled out overnight, just like what we're seeing in steel. So the cool thing is, Trump says, just think, it's been announced that the United States made more steel last year than a great country, Japan, major steel maker. So just more of what we voted for. What else did I see in here? See, Kennedy Center. Yep, we know that's. Oh, there was a great. I don't know what I did with this, but somebody sent this to me. A picture of Epstein and Bill Gates and a few others with Mamdani when he was a little boy. Folks, they are all connected. They're all involved in all of this shit. And the thing of it is it's now breaking out into the open. I said this 5 years ago. These guys have lost. These guys have lost. In my opinion, the two things that keep these Khazarian mobsters alive and doing what they do, the two most powerful weapons. Number one is money, yours, as they've been stealing it forever. And number two, their veil of secrecy. That alone, that one single thing alone, has destroyed the most important aspect of their operation on planet Earth forever: secrecy. Why do you think they build a nation like this with a tax code like they do, with everything that they throw at the American taxpayer, the American worker? Mom can't stay home and raise kids anymore like we were. We had we're little. They have to work too. They need two jobs. You look at the media, global, lie machine. We know that now. Programming, tax the life out of you, give the money to everybody else, make you buy a license for everything under the sun that's natural on earth. Pretty soon, you're going to have to pay a tax to drop a deuce in your own house if you got to run to the toilet, because they'll find a way to tax to put a meter on your toilet. I swear to God, probably charged by the pound for overweight knuckleheads. Well, I'm not going to get down the Jerry Nadler narrative. But that being said, everything is changing. We got Josh Reed popping in here a little bit, couple minutes early, which is perfect because we're going to go ahead and bring him into this conversation. But the reality is this: the Epstein files are out. Trump baited the Democrats into bitching and clamoring for it. And guess what? It's out, and there's a lot of pain to come. And I believe there's more. And I know there's a guy here tonight that he knows things that none of us know, I'm pretty sure, because he lives his life in an encyclopedia at his desk. Josh Reed, good to see you in the house, brother. How are you today, bro?
Doing well, man. Doing well. Happy to be here with you.
Yeah, it's good to see you, man. Mike will be in here shortly. Carrie Cassidy. This will be an interesting roundtable, I think, Josh, because Carrie has, she's got her reach in her realm of information truly goes outside of our own stratosphere. The secret space program stuff, the whistleblower she has been interviewing for 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
She happens to see things in this plan, in this evolution of the recapturing of the world for the angelic realm. She sees things a lot differently. I always find it interesting because I love to hear what she has to say and how she sees this whole plan playing out. Who's right, who's wrong? I never know. I just try to put the pieces together in the puzzle, see what the puzzle looks like, give you the general narrative. So she'll be here. Of course, our buddy Mike Jake will be coming in here in a second. But let me throw this at you. What do you see happening with these people, major players like Jelly Roll, Nicki Minaj, coming out in support of Trump, support of Christ, out in front of the world at this time when the vitriol on the left is so high? What do you think's happening here?
Well, we're in a cultural transformational time, right? So, if everybody's familiar with what's known as the fourth turning or the book Generations by Strauss and Howe, it talks about the 90 to 100-year cycle that humanity goes through within civilization. And we are in the fourth turning of one of those, which means that chaos is going to have an eventuality of collapse. And that collapse can bring about something great that formulates out of it, or it can bring about something absolutely horrible. The globalists, the deep state, the cabal, they wanted their own one world government. That was the whole plan for this. And they had set everything up with synthetic social engineering, psychological warfare, influence operations to brainwash half the population into believing these truly evil and satanic kind of cultural points. But I call them, again, synthetic. And what we're seeing right now is a transformation of culture, is that people are waking up one at a time. And the biggest red pill that I think is happening right now for a lot of people, and we haven't really even seen the results of it, is the Epstein files. Now, I laid this out back in March of last year when we were talking about this, and everybody's like, Donald Trump said he was going to release the Epstein files. He never did. How dare him? He betrayed us, all this stuff. I said, no. I said, wait, give it a few weeks, and the Democrats are going to start coming out and demanding the release of the Epstein files. And then Democrat supporters and liberals will start coming out demanding the release. And this means that at that point in time, you have Democrats that were investigating 3 different conspiracy theories. I crap you now. 3 different conspiracy theories. They were saying that Trump stole the 2024 election, so they were investigating election fraud. They were saying that Donald Trump was in the Epstein files, so they were investigating the Epstein files. right? So you just take those 2 points, and this is a huge revelation as the truth begins to come out. And with the Epstein files, we knew it was going to come out in phases. So Alpha and I actually talked about this multiple times. It'll come out in phases, and each phase you'll have like a little bit more, but more pressure will be put on the black pillars, the what we call FAGA. FAGA is the fake MAGA, as well as the liberals who are demanding that this information come about. And then we said, it's going to drop. And when it drops, the thing is that the people who demanded it, the Democrats, the liberals who demanded it, will not be able to deny it. They will not be able to ignore it. And this is what we're finding out right now. Now, I did make a special note that not one active politician other than Donald Trump has been named in them. And I said, that's kind of odd. But I think that there's, 3-4 million documents. We're going to find some true revelations that are going to be coming out here. And as more and more people begin to associate Jeffrey Epstein with these documents and the atrocities that were committed, we're going to find a massive revelation happening within society. Now, this is also important because, if you guys go back to 2019 when Jeffrey Epstein, didn't kill himself, right? The majority of the people in the United States of America had no clue who Jeffrey Epstein was.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't know the name Jeffrey Epstein. So if justice came back then, it would have never been accepted globally. It wouldn't have been accepted nationally. People wouldn't have accepted it psychologically. But now it's a household name. You have the Netflix documentary. You have a 1 year of 3 different phases of people bringing attention to Donald Trump about Jeffrey Epstein, and all of a sudden they get released and they're like, oh, well, Reid Hoffman's implicated, and oh, well, that's Netflix, and well, now we got other politicians, we got global leaders. Oh my God, the conspiracy theories were true. Now you have Pizzagate rising back up, and people are like, wait, Pizzagate was true?
Mm-hmm.
This is
far worse than what they were telling us, what we learned earlier. I say it's far, far worse than what you and I even knew, and Mike.
Yeah. So we're in this time of massive revelation that is occurring, and I believe that this is going to bring about what we've all been talking about, is the Great Awakening.
We're going to welcome Mike Jaco in here. He's our third rounder coming in. Kerry will be in a minute, but Mike, we were talking about, as you heard, the Epstein files coming out, how this thing's unfolding, talking about the Grammys, Jelly Roll, Nicki Minaj coming out, support of Trump and Christ. And I mean, you talk about throwing a grenade inside their freaking tent. Like, holy shit, when I saw that, all that information being put out there just in the last 24 hours. And just to get Mike's comment on it, what I'll say is that you just you laid out the landscape, Josh. The reality of all this is, and why so many people have gotten impatient in the last 5 years. And I get impatient with podcasters that get impatient. The reality is, this is not about taking down the deep state cabal on the planet. Yes, that's part of it. It has to be done. What this entire operation is about is an ascension track, a great awakening, letting people see for themselves. They will never, ever, ever believe it, especially after we've been lied to about all of our history, about World War II, Holocaust. Not saying it didn't happen, but the realities of the Holocaust in Russia, the Bolsheviks slaughtering 60 million people. Nobody says anything. All this stuff that's never taught in history books, and everything they do teach us is all programming. Most of it lies. And and this could go in history books too this time, but they're going to remember history back then. Oh, they're lying. They lied back then, and then. But if we have the masses of people on Mother Earth telling the next generations on that, there's a DNA change at this level. When you are hit with these kind of traumas, there's a DNA change. It continues to carry itself throughout your whole life, and it goes down through generations. Believe it or not, DNA memories are stored inside of your cells, and it gets projected on. And so it's planting a shift in the wouldn't say the neural structures, but it's certainly the DNA to always remember what happened to this planet. The real history that people are getting to see is what's going to shift us in that upward track to such a hyper speed that once this thing goes vertical, when all this stuff just keeps bang, bang, but it's drip, 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 boom. It's the wake up. It is the absolute utter shock to get people out of the dream spell that the life they've lived is all a lie, all false, everything created was not how it was supposed to be. That is what this war is all about. Let's bring in Mike Jaco, get his comment on that, on the back end of that.
Yeah, everybody's like, they know their time is limited. They don't know that. They've had this happen to them so many times over, the centuries where, it's like, it looks like they're going to end. They're still full speed ahead. And they're going to continue until they're all gone or all in prison, which is, I don't see any of that happening anytime soon. But we're going to, like, basically break them down, and it's going to take time. It's like if you were coming after me and my team, SEAL Team 6 guys, you're going to have to eliminate every single one of us, and that's the way they are. They're going to keep coming at us, and they're going to keep, they have their missions, and they're going to keep coming. Jeffrey Epstein was part of their crew, and he was, I guess, convinced to give up information. He was, that's ridiculous beyond belief. I said it from the beginning that the guy was still alive. He's going to give up information. There's even people that are putting stuff out, Scott, that he's there in Dallas with you, driving around in trucks. I don't know. So that could be disinformation, of course. And that's the way both sides are playing this game right now. And we see this satanic Luciferian stuff in the Super Bowl and like the Grammys. We just had, the woman that played in Home Alone. She died recently. We just had, the full moon. So the 3 days on either side of the full moon are ritual days for the deep state, the Luciferians. So they did that every time they have a Grammy, and it's happened over and over again. These people are just out of control, and the only way we defeat them is we start to expose, their evil. So the people can see it. I did a show last night, and I'm just calling out all these people that are out there protesting. They're just useful idiots. Useful idiots for the deep state. Come on, we got to see this. We can't say, oh, we need to let them peacefully protest. It's not peacefully protesting. This is out of control. I said let's drive up a bus and load them up in the bus and take them down to the local precinct and said, who's paying you? You're a local and you're not being paid. Go home and don't come back again, or you're going to get arrested and you're going to be in jail for a while. You other people that are being paid, you're going to go to jail for a long time. So this is how we end this. We have to quit playing around with this stuff.
Mm-hmm. Well, Donnie Lemon's he's gonna find out, isn't he, Mike?
It's like Hillary and Bill Clinton should be arrested at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So when I start to see Don Lemon, he's low hanging fruit. So let's see some bigwigs get arrested, and then this game on. But until then, Pam Bondi's been in office, I don't know, over a year, and we haven't seen any major arrests. So I know it's probably a timing thing, but until we start seeing arrests, big name arrests, this is just a continuation of a control system.
Well, in Mike, you make some great points there. I'm very critical of Pam Bondi. I don't like Pam Bondi as far as I can throw her, as well as Todd Blanche and Susie Wiles. I think that they are infiltrators. I mean, you can go back to, Pam Bondi and Susie Wiles' connections to Jeb Bush and the Florida GOP political elite and all the financing that goes behind all that. I don't trust them. And I think that they're gatekeepers and stonewallers right now in the DOJ. Like today, Ed Martin is being removed from the DOJ, from the Department of Weaponization. And that's Todd Blanche and Pam Bondi that's doing that. Ed Martin's like one of our top guys that we want in there and we support, right? Mm-hmm. So, on that, I give it halfway to midterms. So we got about roughly 5 to 6 months before, if there's nothing happening, and in the sense of tactics and strategy, when we start to look at it for the midterms, where you want to make momentum, you want to win the midterms, and you're going to do that by revealing the truth, unveiling, declassifying, and then make it arrest, that's got to happen within this time frame. And if it doesn't happen this time frame, I come out and I say, okay, I'm calling BS on this. It's time for patriots to kind of stand up and begin to posture and say, hey, this needs to happen, or else we're going to be the ones protesting in the street. And don't worry, the Marines and the National Guard will join us because we're fed up with this crap. And I think that everybody understands that is the next stage if accountability does not come about. But that also goes to what Scott was saying in the context of the awakening, right? This is biological. This is evolutional, right? That what is happening right now, I studied biotechnology and genomics in my first years of college. Excuse me. And one of the things you learn is that evolution is not really evolution. It's called adaptability. And adaptability typically happens over very, very short periods of time, 100-year cycles. So a species will massively change its DNA, not over tens of thousands of years, but it'll happen within a short 10 to 100-year time frame. We are in that time frame right now, and my belief and my ideas upon it are that it's astronomical, that it is built directly into the fabric of the universe, and that the movement of our solar system through the galaxy as it transits the galactic arm is actually reminiscent of that. And I can get into that later if you guys want to talk about it, but it is actually pertinent because we are in that cycle right now, and look what's happening.
Well, I'll throw a person right in the middle of that conversation. It
Oh
probably
yeah.
can speak more eloquently than any of us on it when it comes to galactic stuff, off planet, the demonic angelic realm. We got Carrie Cassidy coming in right now. Carrie typically has viewpoints that are stretched far beyond our boundaries of thinking in many cases, because she's been at this for decades, interviewing secret space program whistleblowers, people who trust her, have trusted her forever because she keeps their confidence. Um, my envy of my life is that she got to interview William Tompkins and broke some unbelievable information before they actually got to him, took him down. Carrie, we were talking about the Grammys. We were talking about uh, Nicki Minaj, Jelly Roll coming out like supporting Trump, respectively, supporting Christ, respectively, going against the narrative of that. We see all these changes coming. The Epstein files now, of course, coming out. It appears, as always, strategic deployments of weapons to take down the deep state. So we just kind of threw this into the mix, throwing you in the middle of it. Uh, what do you see happening, Carrie, with the emergence of what people are impatiently waiting for, now seeing some signs of it, although there's still things that's causing great concern for things that aren't happening, the speed with which. But outside of that realm, when you're looking at what's happening in the programs, I don't even know if this is a good question. I'm framing this very well for your knowledge, but what do you see in the evolution of what's just taken place in the last couple of days? They attack Silver massively. Grammys coming out, big powerful people hitting them as they're hitting us, our side, and Epstein files dripping out a lot of stuff now. How do you see? Where are we right now? Where are we?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It's kind of like mayhem. I think that there's something going on. There is a structure behind the appearance of chaos. So I guess the deep state is pulling their games, and they're actually I think they're messing with people's minds. I think they're trying to scare you away from silver right now. So everything's dropping, but I think you do have to hold on. It's like a bucking bronco or something like that. So I hope that people aren't caving to that stuff. I think that it will go up eventually, but it may just actually do some really crazy stuff still in the future because they're trying to get their money. They're trying to get money in order to pay off their debt. The big players that went short. So I you know they're under. I mean, they've already they've already gone under. I think these banks, but they're being salvaged. They're being saved. Now you can't say you don't want them to be saved in a sense because you want your money, right?
Mhm.
Everyone has money invested in these big banks. I know I do. So I don't want to see my money disappear. So it's kind of a tug of war, I guess you might say. I actually was thinking that the White Hats had a lot to do with what's been going on with Silver behind the scenes. I mean, maybe someone else can weigh in on that comment, if you will, because I'm seeing that this might be facilitating the QFS. Okay, so that people are going to be fed up, and that they do a lot of things that seem negative on the outside that turn positive on the inside once they come out. Okay, so there's that. I just I think that people are are changing their perspective, and I can't say a lot about this particular development, but I'm part of another group, and this particular group is attacking Trump big time with a bunch of stuff. And I've sent that along to, you know, you know who uh, in the public that we deal with, and hoping that someone will say something to me like, don't release it or do release it or whatever the hell. But I don't think they want it out there, to be honest. And I hope it's wrong information. But and if it's wrong, then they're really escalating their BS. Okay, they're really going in for the jugular right now.
Makes
So
sense. Yeah.
I think that patriots need to analyze things a little bit more and not be so rah rah. I think it's for a long time everyone wanted to just have a positive attitude and all of that. I think that time is past. I think we have to look closely. I mean, I wrote an article about what ICE is doing and how they could have done a whole different approach. And but they wanted to do. I wrote it in my article. I'm not going to go back over it here, but unless somebody wants me to. But I'm just saying, looking at these things, they are not looking positive on the outside, but maybe as we get closer in, they're going to switch up. Um, I get the feeling, Michael, you're kind of like in agreement with me over there. So I don't know, what you might think, but I think the manipulation is not just from the dark side. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like where we're speaking right now, silver's up over $8, 10%, and back up to 85, $15 away from 100. So it's going to recover. Gold is up 185, so it's coming back. It's like
Yeah.
they came in, they hammered it, they probably got out of their shorts or whatever, and now it's going to recover. It's probably going to 500, I think, by the end of the year. It's crazy, the manipulations that's going on with it. But you're right, Carrie. We've been taking away their money on a massive scale, so they don't have the ability to really do the things they used to do. So that makes us safer because they can't afford to.
So, Josh, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah. Well, number one, I will touch on what Carrie was saying about the manipulation is on both sides. She's spot on correct on this. I mean, my last show of the year was called the 2025 PSYOP, and it wasn't talking about the deep state. It was talking about the Trump administration, right? And so I look at this in the context that disinformation is necessary. That we have an army. If you want to look at it, we have an army of people out there who have taken over the media, and we have to understand that the evil in this world listens to us as much as everybody else, and that they look at us for hints and clues of what's going to happen next or what's going to go on. They have to analyze all different possibilities, and so I look at the Trump administration utilizing that as a methodology to put in disinformation. And we've seen this consistent with Donald Trump. Like, oh, I'm gonna bomb Iran this weekend. Gonna bomb Iran this weekend. How many times have you heard he's gonna bomb Iran on the weekend? And whistleblower came out in the Wall Street Journal, and we have new evidence that Donald Trump's gonna launch a massive campaign and bomb Iran. Never happens, right? And so we continuously hear all of these aspects of disinformation. And I think that what it is it's controlled information. It's controlled dissemination of information, that we are in a psychological and unrestricted warfare domain, and that everybody is a player within this stage, and that we have to understand that and perceive it from that level, the 40,000 foot view. Now, going in the context of the QFS and the new financial system, Donald Trump did something really interesting today. He created a $12 billion strategic metal reserve. So this is rare earth minerals and metals, $12 billion strategic metal reserve. This is an indication of where this economic system is going. With gold and silver, yep, 100% JP Morgan manipulation all throughout. Now you have BlackRock and Binance manipulation of Bitcoin, skyrocketing it downward, right? And so we have the old guard, as I call them, manipulating the economic systems. They want to do this to basically produce chaos and turmoil in times of great transition. This is the last moves of the Rothschild banking dynasties, right? And so they want to keep away from the distraction of 3 million Epstein documents that implicate them in crimes and financial crimes around the world. So what they're going to do, they're going to crash silver down $100 or $60, whatever it is. But the Trump administration, at the same time that this old financial system is teeter-tottering back and forth, is building up a new economic system. And it's an asset-based, gold and silver asset-based economic system based upon natural resources of our country, which is over $124 trillion worth of rare earth minerals, metals, and oil. It's based upon the various deals that Donald Trump has made with various companies where he has a percentage interest in the companies that's given directly to the American people. And those dividends paid directly into the sovereign wealth fund, the tariff revenue that goes into the sovereign wealth fund, the asset revenue that goes into the sovereign wealth fund. It funds government. It pays the people a dividend, especially when AI begins to replace jobs. And why is this important? Is because we're learning that the $36 trillion of our national debt is equivalent to the $36 trillion of corruption that occurred, that was stolen over the last 20 years. And so this begins to make people start to wonder, well, how do we mitigate that debt? Well, we pay off the nation states, and the Federal Reserve is the largest holder of U.S. debt. And guess what? We can just clear the whole slate clean with that one in one fell swoop. And now you have a Trump ally that is in the Federal Reserve, Warsh, that's coming in. And I know he's globalist, Estee Lauder and all that, but understandable that he's controlled by Trump, period. He's controlled by Trump. And so when I start to look at the global landscape, we have a new world forming before us. And it's going to start slowly creeping in, and then eventually it's going to take over. And we're all going to notice it around the same time. But the key point is that we have to win the midterms. And I know that elections are still a questionable part of all of this.
Glad you brought that point up. I want to throw this out to the three of you. Yes, I believe also we learned this from the drops. Misinformation is real. Misinformation is necessary. They didn't say on which side. They just said it is real. It's necessary. Again, the white hats have to play us to a degree as well, in my opinion, to wake these masses up. And that's another reason why many people are pissed, because they want big heads to roll. I believe still they're going to roll when they have used up everything from these scumbags that they could get to reshape the global order. And that's a point that I make on the back of what Anonymous came out with when the Epstein files weren't openly released when they wanted them to. We see the strategy. But also the point that was made was, look, when you have this much information on these criminals, if you out them to the whole world, yeah, we the people of the world will hunt them down and eliminate them. There's nowhere to hide when people see the gravity of what these killers have done. The global leaders in business, in Hollywood, in governments and royal families, all this shit, DC, you name it. But the reality is you lose leverage. If you expose them, you lose all the leverage that you have to reshape nations and reshape the whole planet. So yeah, some of these people may be scumbags, but guess what? Their back's against the wall. On the other side of the wall is a 12-gauge shotgun. Here's what you're going to do. And when you fail to play the game now, the script we're giving you, we pull the trigger, which i.e. means Gitmo or whatever. That's how I see all of this thing playing out. When it comes down to putting the infrastructure in place, gives them time to do that. Like Kerry, most people know QFS is Quantum Financial System. I think all these things have to be, we learned this too. Timing is everything. For me, it's never been hard, and I don't know why I can remember these certain points, these certain drops. When I see all this stuff that makes me as uncomfortable as everybody else, somehow, boom, grab one, it just pops in. I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I got to continue to remind myself the same thing that we all have learned through that course of time. Anyways, I'm going to shoot this right back over to you, Mike, and then off to Kerry. What do you, in your opinion, what do you see is there maneuvering right now in reshaping this global order with these actions that just happened in the last week or so, Kerry, and then or Mike, and then to Kerry?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing we have to have free and fair elections because they keep stealing the elections from people of merit that would make our country much better. So there's going to be some type of executive action or executive order where President Trump is going to say, okay, we need fair elections and we're going to implement this or whatever it's going to be. but we're still seeing, the Democrats are still winning. They just won Virginia. They're even
Oh,
there in Texas, the Republic of Texas. They just had a Senate seat taken
Yep.
by Democrats. So it's like, what the heck is still going on here? It
Right.
should be a red wave wherever it's, and so they're still in our face stealing these elections. How long they're going to let it go on? It remains to be seen. But at some point, they're going to reveal the 2020 election was absolutely stolen. They're going to produce the truth of it, and it's really going to shock a lot of people. I don't think at this point a lot of people are going to be shocked. The people that are awake, and the people that are consciously compromised, or they're not going to change. I don't think.
mhm.
So let's move on, and let's take our country back. And in those places that are going to resist and put up a fuss, probably like Chicago and New York and L.A. and you name Austin, maybe you name the Seattle, you name the city, a deep blue, horrible city. They're going to riot and they're going to protest, fair, free, and fair elections because they can't have it because they're going to lose all their power. So that's where, like we've been talking about for years, we're going to see these cities erupt more than they are right now. Minneapolis, the home of Prince, so the singer. So what is going on with Minneapolis? It's like that used to be Minnesota used to be completely red, right, Josh? I mean, it was absolutely a red state, and then it
Still
was
is.
stolen,
Yeah, still is.
absolutely stolen. So there's going to be pushback. People probably going to be driven into some of these big blue cities, and they're going to be destroyed, like we've talked about. I don't see any way around it at this point. And I think Trump has even said we're not going to help those cities or those areas that don't request it. Unless they go after federal buildings, that's the only way we're going to push back. So they're going to let these cities be destroyed. It sounds to me like we've been saying for years.
I think you hit the baseline. The election's critical. Here's one thing, Kerry, when I throw this question over to you, one thing we got to remember. If we don't do something about these elections, the Democrats, believe it or not, can take the House this fall. They can, if we do nothing. Because the fact of the matter is, like you just pointed out, two cases, Mike, same shit. And here's what I think. I had a discussion with a few other people who have really deeply in this election integrity, who were exposing the election in 2020 just recently. What this may lead up to, in my own mind, all this, again, stolen elections right here in Texas, is that enough of this is put out into the public. And I hope Trump's going to do this. I think it's critical because if he doesn't, and they succeed, and the Democrats actually can take the House, um, you're talking about impeachment. You're talking about shutting down everything he's trying to accomplish. We can't have that. We can't. This steamroller needs to continue to finish the job. That's why I believe it's critical that Trump declares the election infrastructure as critical infrastructure to our national security. If he does, they send in the troops and monitor everything so they cannot steal, have National Guard or whoever run these elections, because we cannot lose these elections in the fall. So maybe what this is leading up to where it's apparent to everybody. Holy cow. Yes, we can't get a fair election. Trump is declaring it critical infrastructure, which sends under the auspices of national security, sends the military in to guard and safeguard the election, just like they did in Iraq. I was Paul Valley talking about everybody comes out with a purple stamp on their finger that the day, it's really simple stuff. It's rudimentary, but it'll work. So I don't know if that's what they're leading up to here, but
Okay.
what do you
Well,
think, Barry?
yeah. Can I just jump in here because I actually have an issue with I have an issue the way this is being handled as far as the election goes, or elections coming up. You guys, maybe we don't see it eye to eye in the sense that when I see these Democrat type people, and I can see them anytime I just go down to the corner, I certainly go to Malibu. You know what I'm saying? And these people are not changing. Okay, they are not. Okay,
Yep.
and this is what I'm seeing. I'm seeing that they're just digging in deeper. And I even have family members that, are just shocking to me. Okay. They are so out there. And so what happens is the shit is still happening. It's still, I don't know how, I'm not sure the exact solution, but they have been promising to bring out, let's say, the stolen election. Do it. You know, just do it. What are we waiting for? You're waiting to piss off more people. I don't think that's going to get you where you want to go, frankly. Um, I think, I mean, I just think some of this is a real fiasco. I think there was a different way to go into the cities, and there was a different way to approach the people. In You don't walk into a neighborhood that's completely armed against you. Now, granted, there are games being played, there are possible setups happening to make ICE look worse than it is, that kind of thing. But I'm telling you that personally, I think that, one thing Trump does with other countries, he's not even doing in his own country, if you can check that out.
Mm.
So he actually goes in and tries to mitigate the situation. He tries to treat the other side as if it's human. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
He's not doing that in our country. Okay, he's actually making the other side more angry all the time. And I'm talking about the people. I don't, the monsters out there, the the dons, like in Godfather. I see them pulling other stuff. Now, I don't think we're getting it, but I'm in touch with certain people, and they seem to be coming from the direction that the other side has a lot of stuff on this administration. Um, Focus is always on Trump, so we have to just acknowledge that. What I'm saying here is that they think they have ammunition. Okay, that's how they view it. They are doing pushback. It is the Godfather. It is the two sides. Okay, and the one side saying, "You got that, well, I got this." And who's going to make the decision between one thing coming out and another? That's why this Epstein stuff is so sticky. It's a mess. And nobody comes out with intelligent stuff. All they come out with is he said, she said, some typical stuff, but they don't come out with the real machinations behind the scene. What was Epstein really doing? Yeah, we know the honeypot thing. He inherited that honeypot stuff. He was just slotted in there because I mean, there is something behind the scenes here that I don't like. I'm just saying, it bothers me. I don't see any kind of really, I see him on the international stage making very forthright moves. Here, it seems like either somebody's got something on him that's slowing him down, or the group, it's slowing the group down, or dissension within the ranks, or whatever it is. But I think that they need to clean that shit up. I think that he needs to be forthright, and he needs to be more honest with the people, because that's the kind of thing that the people love. If he wants to win hearts and minds, coming out as a hard ass and getting into their homes and freaking them out, and even their neighbors out. I mean, nobody wants to see that. Okay. We don't want to look like Nazi Germany with, Stasi or whatever you call them, going house to house. I mean, come on. That's not going to work in America.
So,
So someone is not analyzing the American public. I know that they've done the tough love thing for a long time, and they thought they were going to wake them up. It's not working, personally. That's my opinion. I don't see those people changing one fucking iota, I'll tell you. So if you want to come back at me with something, great. I'd love to hear it. But
well, your observations are great. You're spot on your
That's why
observations.
you're here, Terry. That's why we wanted you tonight.
Yeah,
because
I love what
Yeah.
you just said. You're
Yeah.
spot on right. And I always try to look for logic or strategy or a tactical point from that, right? And
Right.
so Minnesota, Scott Bessent said a few weeks ago, he says the same template we're using in Minnesota, we're going to use throughout every state. Now, what happened? They increased the amount of ICE and DHS into Minnesota massively. And you had people taken to the streets. But when you had the people taken to the streets, it goes right back to what you just said. You have financiers that are funding it. You have money that begins to flow. They start to play their hand. And once you begin to see and observe their hand, what had happened? Well, it escalated to the two people getting killed. Don't get me wrong. That was horrific. That was a tragedy. Even though they're dumb as rocks and shouldn't have made those bad decisions in life. And then what did Trump do? De-escalated. pulled massive amounts of ICE out. Why? Because they got all the intel, all the information they needed on the money channels of how these things are organized. What did we get? We got the leaking of all their signal groups. We got their playbook. We find that it's directly associated with the lieutenant governor of Minnesota, with various other political candidates, of staffers of Tim Walz. That's all the DOJ needs. Now we pull back ICE, we de-escalate, and that's exactly what happened with Tim Walz and Trump's conversation. Hey, we're going to de-escalate. We're going to pull back. Why? Because we have all the intel now on how that network works. And if we know how it works there, well, this is cookie cutter. This is their playbook. This is how it's going to work in California. This is how it's going to work in Pennsylvania. This is how it's going to work in Chicago.
Yeah, but that's what Mike, I mean, I'm sorry to go back over the old stuff, but Mike Gill, he
No.
basically exposed all that. So, what I'm saying here is, what I see is they've gotten into a pattern where they think they were successful in those ways of going out, baiting the tiger jumps, and then they know the tiger's state of mind kind of thing. That's kind of like what they've been doing. It's not going to work anymore. I think we're in a different chapter, then it's not seek and find and get some more info. This is not what's happening. If you want the cities to blow up, I don't see how that helps America. Okay. I'm just saying, I don't think isolating people and changing the American way. The American way was never to turn immigrants back. Think of it. They could
Legal
have done
immigrant,
it differently.
legal immigrants.
Yeah, but that's bullshit, to be honest. I mean, when a person is,
Whoa.
let's say that somebody's on the run from another country, and all these people, you got to analyze the people coming in. Who are they really? Yes, we have military men with objectives. Okay. You got to do something with them. There's no doubt about it whatsoever. But going in Nazi style, like Netanyahu did in Palestine, is not the way. All you're going to do is escalate, and pretty soon you've got genocide. Okay. There's writing on the wall. I'm just saying, I don't think they're analyzing and that's why I got into my whole gray human hybrid thing, because you're not analyzing those people. You don't understand their psychology. It's not what you think. Okay. Some of them are massively mind controlled and programmed. You can't approach a mind controlled person with violence and pushback and think they're going to do anything other than just go even crazier. Now, arguably, that particular guy that got killed, the so-called nurse from the Veterans Administration. Now, I saw that Trump released this video. I assume it's not, CGI, that where he's kicking the truck. And in other words, they got to know that guy. He was already their enemy before they ever got into the gun battle. Do you know that? Because he kicked the shit out of their
Sure.
truck and had
Yeah.
bad attitude, right? But when you're a policing organization and you come in like the Nazis, what do you expect? I think there's a solidarity in that community that's nobody's honoring. It's nice when people want to defend their neighbors, regardless of what kind of, ID they had when they came in the door. These are people coming from cartel fucking countries. Okay. These are people who have been maimed and messed with their whole fucking lives. I'm just saying, I don't think that they're analyzing the people properly.
Well, I
making
want to
them
jump in real
enemies.
quick. I think the assumption that's being made is that they're taking grandma and grandpa and escorting them out of the country. 98% of all the people that they were targeting in Minnesota have criminal records, whether it's violent, domestic violence. They are criminal records within the state of Minnesota record system or from their parent company. So murderers, rapists, criminals of some nature are the ones that they are
But
targeting.
they came from outside the country.
Right, exactly. So they're here illegally, and then they're committing crimes inside of our country, and that's what ICE is
Right.
going
But
after
what I'm
and
saying
removing.
is, did they have did those dossiers get spiked by the country they came from? This kind of stuff, it takes a lot of investigation. I mean, I'm an investigative reporter. I can tell you, 1 minute you're talking to a person and they're a victim. Next minute you're finding out they're the perpetrator, right? And so you're flip-flopping a lot. I mean, I don't want to get into the weeds too much
Well,
here, and
but
I appreciate what you're saying.
but I also agree with you is that we could have done it better. You know what the Trump administration should have done at the beginning of the administration is they should have created a self-identifying amnesty program. If you come in and declare yourself an illegal immigrant and say, "Hey, I'm an illegal immigrant. I really need asylum. I can't go back to my country. I'm a good person. I'm here working hard. This is what I'm doing," and you worked with the U.S. government, you could work towards your citizenship and stay. I think that if they did something like that, this country would be far better in the context of stability right now.
I agree. I mean, I will agree with that, but I would say in this time, I doubt that would work. We're
I
dealing
agree.
with a problem that was thrust upon us for decades and seriously in the last 5 years. We got an onslaught of people have come in here to now create another option, another program, hoping these people, killers, criminals, rapists, are going to say, "Yeah, I think I'll self-deport." I don't honestly, I don't see how that's effective.
No,
Those
I
those
don't think
people
the
that deserve.
psychology is being understood. With all due respect, I don't think they're understanding how to deal with this. And I think they're still in these old stages of collecting information. Provoke the tiger, get information, and then walk away. That's not how they should be operating in this. They should have all the information and intel they fucking need. I mean, you don't even know the technology they've got at hand. Michael might know to some degree. Okay. We're talking frequency, we're talking crossing that border without saying a word, and they've got the frequency on those people. Okay, so look, I'm not saying I have a really clear cut solution, but I do see suspicious things going on from our side. If you
Mhm.
want to say the MAGA side, that tell me that they haven't really thought this through. They're trying to rely on a playbook, let's say they had 10 years ago or before the fake Biden, came out and paraded around. I mean, for God's sake, they haven't even come clean on that shit. I mean, look, you want people to trust you. We want people to understand what the hell's going on. And the other thing is that I'm telling you that this population thing where they shift populations, it's like the UK. Let's use the UK. It's a little less contentious over here because it's another country, right? UK went into Ukraine. They had already let in a ton of Muslims, and I go there regularly, so I know the shit over there. And so what happens is then they wanted some white people. So they go stir up what was already, a mess over in Ukraine, right? And then all the women and children come across the border and they let them in, right? Because this is a population all around the globe. These people who manipulate behind the scenes, they don't look at it like you do. They look at it as, well, we need some of this group, we need some of that group. And I'm telling you that south of the border are the the gray ET human hybrids, and they want the ones with skills. Michael, you understand how important these skills are in war, right?
Yeah. So
So
the
start
last time the
analyzing it
Insurrection
just
Act was
that.
used was in the Rodney King riots. So I had a buddy that was SEAL Team 6 guy that left and he was going to go into the LA SWAT team. So he had to do 2 years in a regular patrol before he went there. So I talked to him about the Rodney King. So he said that his group, like the normal LA SWAT guys, or not LA SWAT, but the LA crowd control people, they would come in. They're all like, they didn't know what they're doing, and the crowd just rolled right over them. He said that his group, they were like Spartan warriors when they came in. They were like, oh, and they like had shields and everything, and they like marched, and everybody just like scattered. They were
I
gone.
saw that Dallas here. I saw that downtown like in 2020.
Yeah.
It's
So
crazy.
the Insurrection Act, I think, is actually going to be implemented. Now, I think it's a timing thing. Now, when I've been overseas in combat zones, whether it be in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, I don't care where it was, when there were riots, the only thing that stopped them was highly trained groups that came in, and they didn't pussyfoot around, because if they came in and pussyfoot around, they got rolled over. But if they came in and they were aggressive, like Marines, everywhere the Marines went overseas, they dominated and they controlled. So you have to come in, and you have to come in hard and heavy if you're going to do it. If not, then that's the way things are going to roll. I think that's where we're at right now. We're just letting things roll, let everybody go. Okay, we're done with this. We want this cleaned up, and then it's going to start getting cleaned up. So I don't know. I
I think
I
they
know the
wanted
answer, but
people to
somebody's
react
not
the way they did.
bringing it.
They
Bringing
wanted
it.
that. They provoked them and they got it. Okay. And there's, see, what I'm trying to say here, it's just that I just want to clarify my points here. I'm coming from the point of view of the people in charge. I am not coming from the point of view of, even the troops. Okay, even like you're a fighter. Okay, you got good points, absolutely. But the problem is if the people at the top have an ulterior method that they actually, that their ambition is different than we realize. You see what I'm saying? I'm sorry to do this, but you got to do it. You got to analyze, why are the white hats operating the way they're operating? They keep kind of like doing bait and switch. They
Yep.
bait us. They give us all these headlines. Nino screaming, I've got headlines from a year ago that were exactly the same as the shit they're saying now.
Hmm.
And it's bullshit. Okay. It was bullshit then, and it's probably bullshit now. And they're going to push it another 6 months. You see what I'm saying? I am having an issue with the people who not are working their ass off, on the troop level, but the people behind them who are actually, also baiting us, are the audience. You want someone to actually understand where you're coming from.
Mhm.
I don't think that this way of operation is working. I think they need to rethink themselves. Okay. I think they've got the data, they've got the intel. If your idea was to flesh them out, you already know where they are. You know what types they are. Like I said, you're going to have to retrain these mind controlled military age men to come onto your side. That's actually the objective here. It's got to be. You think about it. Your objective is not to send them outside the border where they can join the Cubans and fight against you in the future. That's not useful. You have to look long term. You have to think, what are they really doing? Why are they keep baiting us with this? I thought they were going to come out with like a huge thing right before this whole silver thing kind of took a lot of focus. I thought they were coming out and going to say, this is how the election was stolen, and here's our witnesses, and whatever, right? In other words, stop taking shit from the judiciary, all right? And you want to have balls there.
Yeah, do
Okay.
what Bukele did in El Salvador. Went in, the very first thing he did, took down all the judges. There was only 60 of them, so it wasn't hard to get rid of all of them because they're all
And Tina
corrupt and
Peters,
criminal.
she's still sitting in jail. I don't know if she's a fake or a real. I analyzed that really early on, and I saw Colorado should never have had that case. That should have been yanked out by our executive branch and said, no way, you don't own this case. This is a federal case. This is a federal election. Get the fuck out of there. And what are they doing? They're going over doing the low hanging fruit shit and arguing with them over niceties. This is
Mhm.
bullshit. When, it's just, I know I might have a different attitude than some people, but I saw, the round table that John Chambers had. He had these really good military people on it.
Like
And
Mike
those
Baker.
guys were just like me. I mean, I was like, yeah, yeah, the whole time I was like so proud of them. And so they were on it. I mean, they should be running the fucking ship. What the hell is going on? I don't know who is relying on who back the scenes, right? But I can tell you that something is not right. Either they've got something on you that if you can't have to act a certain way because they'll expose you, right? That kind of thing. So they've got something behind their back, or there's something dirty in River City, so to speak. I mean, there's something.
Or the end result is not what we all expected. Maybe there's something else that's happening that is different than what we believed it to be.
Josh, I want to jump in there with you and then have you pull it back from me because that's an interesting point. By the way, folks, need to understand something. The only way we force the truth, whether you understand if you're getting it or not, is exactly what Carrie's doing. Because when we just give carte blanche to whoever's in front of us, again, that's how we got here in the first place. Never question these people. I know, Mike, you've pushed on Trump in the past pretty hard. I've never really, once or twice I've like gotten in there and like, what the hell is going on? Josh, I'm not sure how but this is necessary. And the leadership of this country, if we're getting back to the Republic, are going to expect that from us. And I said this in the past, if they're watching us, if Trump's watching me when I say something, guess what? Even if it is something that he wouldn't align with or agree with, or what the hell, be like, kid's doing his job. That is critical. Second thing, I want to throw this in here, Josh, because it's something that I have had to ask myself. Look at these multi-trillion-dollar deals set up to come into this country from Middle Eastern countries like Qatar and others who are actually supporting the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a massive problem in this country. You folks saw John Guandola here last week. It's a massive problem. It's going to be addressed. And I asked myself, yeah, why? Why are we taking all this massive investment from these Middle Eastern countries where people in their countries are here to kill us? And I thought to myself, is there always a bigger play here? Is Trump and the team getting back, recovering the massive investment in his country to get the economy on bulletproof ground? So then when they turn and say, okay, shut down the Muslim Brotherhood, and this is just me talking, shut down this bullshit from the Muslim Brotherhood in your country, or we're nationalizing everything you just built in the United States. You're going to do what we need you to do to put an end to this bullshit, but you need a lever. You need leverage to do it. And I'm wondering if taking that, again, Trump, yes, we hear it all the time, Kerry, and I'm parroting the same stuff I've heard and seen, on the boards and everything else, but it's what I have to work with. And I have to wonder, is this the game plan in that respect of why they do things like they do to get leverage or the upper hand for the benefit of the American economy, the American people, and American national security? Just Josh, your thought on that.
Yeah, so I mean, number one, getting into Middle Eastern politics and the evolution of that over the course of the last 50 years is a completely different situation. But I think that actually talking about the money, because we're talking about approximately $23 trillion that Donald Trump has earmarked, secured from these countries, from these corporations to come over. And this is actually going to help build out a lot of the infrastructure for artificial intelligence, blockchain economic systems, and new technological systems that are coming about, because we're in a 500-year leap that is about to occur over the next 20 years. Now, Gaza is actually probably the best example that I can bring about for all of this. When Donald Trump came out and announced that, hey, we're going to build hotels and golf courses in Gaza, people are like, what? This is nuts. This is crazy. But I mean, who's investing in it? Saudi Arabia, it's the Qataris, right? Attachments to the ISIS, attachments to the Al-Qaeda and to the Muslim Brotherhood. It's all there. But one thing that I realized, and take Saudi Arabia, Qatar, or UAE, for example, is that when they invest in infrastructure and build big skyscrapers and hotels and golf courses, bombs don't drop there. And I think that that's one important fact to remember, is that when they start putting their money in some place, bombs don't drop in those places. You notice bombs only drop over poor people's heads? And so Syria is going to be built up like a first world country. And so the trade-off that Trump is going in and making these negotiations is, hey, we're going to take you out of the third world and we're going to make you a first world nation. Hey, in Gaza, and this is one of the things that, like, I understand the power of Benjamin Netanyahu, but I don't think that Benjamin Netanyahu has much power over Donald Trump. And Gaza is actually the prime example for this. And the reason being is because Donald Trump is negotiating a two-state solution, 2 or 3 state solution. And when Gaza becomes modernized with golf courses and skyscrapers, do you think Israel's going to drop bombs on Saudi and Qatari properties? That's not going to happen.
Interesting.
No, never going to happen. But what does that do? It begins to change the cultural trauma that these people have endured for 20, 30, 40, 50 years. It begins to take them out of that system of war that has dominated their life.
And poverty, because a lot of those people
are
poverty stricken. They're able to capture them into this maniacal, radical Muslim mindset, or whatever you want to call it. Because they got nothing else. They feel they belong. They have a reason to live now. Over here, they're eating grass and freaking dirt, most of their lives.
Systemic trauma.
Sheep alive. That to me, that's brilliant. I've never thought of that before, but I think you, Mike, what do you think? You might have nailed something here. Refashion the world so people love the life that they get to live in their own countries, which, Kerry, whether we believe in the Sarjasar, the repatriation of the wealth of the world to the people, where everybody has it great and they want to go back to their own countries. I don't know if that makes sense to me if it's true. But Josh, I mean, I think that's, Mike, what do you think? I think that's brilliant. Maybe that's a methodology.
Yeah, you have to come in and you have to clean house first, which is Israel and America's doing that. Of course, there's another side of everybody saying they're genociding people. I don't believe that's true, but I've been in the Middle East. I've seen this going on for almost 30 years, close to half my life I've spent in the Middle East. They have incredible potential in the Middle East. They have resources, they have the people, but they don't have security. I remember when I was in Afghanistan in this wonderful area in Herat where Alexander the Great still had a fort, Genghis Khan had built bridges. No one had been, and the Romans had old bathhouse, which they were rediscovering, all kind of crazy stuff. But they couldn't, build nurseries for trees and so forth because people would come and steal the fruit, and they'd have to build walls and have security. They can't afford it. It's not cost effective. So if you can't come in and create security in these areas, they're never going to go anywhere. And I know country after country has come in. I remember what they said in Herat. They said, we're the city of 100 fathers, because they've had all these Greeks, Romans, and all these people that come in. No one's been able to control and secure those areas. Now, a lot of the problem also is, I'm going to say it, they do a lot of inbreeding, and inbreeding basically causes lower IQ below 70, which is idiot level. I used to go overseas and I'd be like, there must be some really different cultural things going on here, because they seem like they don't get things, but they don't get things because they've been dumbed down for a long time.
They must have imported the Democrats from the Middle East, I guess.
They've done a lot of importing to here in America of these people, and we see it with the Somalis. Somalis are extremely inbred and extremely stupid. So look who's running them. So you got extremely low IQ people, and then you have the Democrats that are running them. Who has a higher IQ? I don't know. So we have a massive problem.
Yeah, but I think that it's all fine what Josh has come up with, but that's actually nothing to do with our situation here with the white hats in our country. In other words, what they're doing over there. Yeah, I agree with the idea of, places decimated as it is, so do something good with it. They're not going to be so happy about that necessarily, but hey, you got to live another day, right? So sooner or later, they'll maybe get on the bandwagon. But the point being is, all you've done is take this discussion out of America and into
no. This goes right back to what Scott was asking about the $23 trillion coming in from Saudi Arabia and from Qatar and Oman that's coming into the United States to build out infrastructure. I mean,
but we don't lack, I know that people think we lack money or something, but we don't. Okay. And yes, Trump is
we do, because of massive corruption. In money, the money that we have right now is kind of really fake money, right? So what we're talking about is that when other countries become invested in the infrastructure, they're going to get paid dividends, just like the American people are going to get paid dividends. But what is going to be built on that infrastructure? And I think that this is the most important part, is that we are about to have, and I got confirmation of this from a top general in our U.S. military that I just talked to the other day. And I said it on my show, and he messaged me and said, hey, I said, we are about to make a 500-year leap in technology in less than 20 years. That is what is about to happen. Okay. All of this technological lack of progress that we've had over the last 80 years because of the USAPs and the SAP programs and this, all of that, it's trickle down disclosure time. It's all coming out. And over the next 20 years, all of that is going to be a reality, which means that when we're sitting here with, 1950 and 1940 outlets in our house and copper wires running electricity, and we're sitting here with copper, massive electric lines that are going across acres and acres of field to deliver electricity.
Worst part of all of it is
we don't have the infrastructure to substantiate technology. And a good key point of this is that we all have our contacts and stuff like that. One of the things that I had was out of the special projects is that we have these craft that we discovered on this planet buried, and we got them out and we have no idea how they run. We figured out how they operate and we can take them up in the air and we can move them around, but we can't operate them. The reason being is because it's conscious integrated technology. Is that consciousness integrates with the technology, and this is the next branch, this is the next tranche. But here's the thing, is the infrastructure for that technology doesn't exist. You can't bring about that highly advanced technology and say, here you go, humanity, enjoy space, go do this, because the infrastructure doesn't exist to substantiate it. And that's got to get built out. And that's the process that we're in. At the same time, we're taking down the evil of the world. At least that's how I see it. I look at it from a different perspective. And I looked at, Donald Trump is truly out there trying to organize and negotiate world peace. He's trying to bring it about in the best way, shape, and fashion that he can. And that's through not warfare, but peace through strength, but negotiating deals. And that if we can take the people out there that are kind of the war domain, the cartels and the terrorists, and we can change their trauma-based mindsets, we can start to bring infrastructure to their areas and rebuild them and give them opportunities, it's going to change the whole mindset of the planet as we begin to evolve towards this new technological infrastructure as well as spiritual infrastructure that's being built in front of us.
Good point.
Well, I hate to throw, rain on your parade, but the bottom line here is also that you've got crime bosses in every city. And again, Mike Gill brought this up. Okay. It's a structure. It's not about Somalis hitting the street. Okay. That's not actually the issue. The real issue is behind the scenes. And what kind of deal are you going to do with these crazy, I don't know, maniacal, crime bosses who have their piece of territory, whether it's Chicago, and Chicago's a huge issue, or Minneapolis, or wherever the fuck, we basically have to figure out, it has to be done behind the scenes. And part of that is the judiciary. I mean, that is making decisions that go against any kind of change. Okay. So I appreciate what you're saying, but actually, I have to say there's some deception there. Okay, you apparently don't know or don't acknowledge the secret space program and all the use of technology they're involved in. They've done it already. Okay, what this is,
but Carrie, it's not here right now in the
virtualization.
United States. It's not
I
in
know
my house
it's
connecting Mike's house, connecting your house.
commercialization
That's
of
what I'm
they've
saying.
done behind the scenes. And yes, more power to them. But I do have to throw a couple little things in there. One of the things is that, look, airplanes right now are operating with free energy behind the scenes. It's a mixture of fuels. They are rolling out this technology, okay? But some of the technology is strange. It doesn't necessarily need what they say it needs, okay? You can't go halfway there. You can't be halfway pregnant with this shit. It is actually not about databases, okay, of miles of databases. Free energy doesn't need all that shit. They I appreciate what the knowledge level you have, but if you knew what I know, these people are not rolling out what they really have. They're building up a country based on almost an old model. You cannot enter free energy with an old model. You understand what I'm saying? It's not industrialization.
Literally what I just said. It's quite literally what I was just saying.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
But, maybe you said it in different words than I interpreted you. That's all fine, good. All I'm saying is that's great. I don't think anyone, at least in this group, is going to object to any of that. I think we started out the conversation. You want to change the conversation, that's fine. But, I just want to say that there's something else going on behind the scenes where the old guard who are still entrenched in our country are not being moved out. Okay.
I don't disagree with that. I
what's
don't
the
disagree.
solution? Part of the solution may be in the courts. Okay. Just like the very simple case of just Tina Peters, it doesn't belong where it is. Get it the fuck out. Okay. Make those kinds of decisions. The trouble is that some of these people, I guess, Maybe they're threatening, their kids. Maybe they're threatening, I mean, they're mafia bosses. These are the strongholds. Okay. It's like it's like on one level, we're Afghanistan. Okay. In terms of these guys who are trying to run and control their cities and their people and so on and so forth. And the other, you've got a high tech world that's racing ahead. You know what I'm saying? And absolutely, I agree with you. That's a wonderful thing. And Trump has his eye on that very wisely. Okay. So, I don't know, even when we put this roundtable together, I don't know that we defined what the topic is, but you do have these two sides to this story. Do you know what I'm saying? You've got
100%.
people on the ground and you've got a higher level of being able to understand for the people out there, as far as I'm concerned. They need to understand about the gray human hybrids and this technology that they're going to have access to, okay? That some of our people just are not prepared for whatsoever. And they're going to recruit them. You could say the open border was a recruitment policy, okay, for these people, okay, for the future, for the technology you're, going on about. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm just thinking, I
So
don't see,
So one of my thoughts, on that, Carrie, is that before you came in, it was me, Mike, and Scott, and I said that listen, we have about 6 months. If we don't see action on those same people, the old guard leftovers that you're talking about in 6 months, it's time to take a different approach towards what we're doing. It's time
Time to
for
rise
us.
up.
It's
What we're
time
doing
for
out
us to
here,
rise
yeah,
up. Like
yeah.
our patience is very, very thin on all of this. Look, I don't like Pam Bondi. I don't like Todd Blanche. I don't like Susie Wiles. I believe they're compromised, and I believe that they're holding Trump back. They're gatekeepers. I think that they're stonewallers, and I think that they're working for the Bush era neocons that are nothing more than an extension of the same old guard deep state. So I'm not disagreeing with you on that side. We're talking about various different topics, so we're kind of
right.
going all over.
Yeah, I
But
get it.
on the
But I
geopolitical
agree with
level,
Kerry. I mean, we can't even get Pam Bondi out of prison, or not
yeah,
Pam Bondi, but Kerry Lake. We can't even get her out of prison. I mean,
Tina
what the
Peters,
hell?
yeah.
Tina Peters.
Let
Yeah.
me get involved in this, and I'll
Tina
get a group together.
Peters.
We'll go get her out. So come on, quit playing
Yeah, and the
around with it.
military was
Get her out.
all over that shit. I mean, in other words, it's kind of funny, but Trump's willing to break rules overseas, but
Right.
he's not willing to break the rules here in our
Yes.
country because he's so fucking paranoid of looking like a dictator. He's not a dictator, okay? But he has to pull rank at some point to make change.
Let me throw this at you, Carrie. Again, I don't play devil's advocate either way, but I think you're right, 100%. But here's the thing: in other countries, they're not under quote unquote U.S. laws as they're laid out in whatever constitution they're going by. In my opinion, is that you two things that are in my mind. Number one, we can't get justice in the courts because it's a completely captured operation. And number two, when this is all said and done, projected in the future, they've taken the entire global satanic architecture down. And of course, you want to have the people shift spiritually, so psychologically, so we never repeat this again or we never let it happen again. But at the end of the day, we or they need to use their laws that they passed against them by the book 1000%, so they can never say there's illegitimacy here, you broke the law. So if they're doing this through the process of the laws that they cannot violate, that these scumbags put in place for their benefit now being used against them, maybe, just maybe, that's why it's operating differently here. Breaking the laws overseas, we're not a canner bound to those. We are, at least mentally, psychologically, bound to the Constitution, even if it's the false one that they created, after 1871. But at least they're making this bulletproof, so they can't say in 10, 20, 50, 100 years, they illegally stole the country, they broke these laws. Then it'll be like, no. Their laws were corrupt and criminal to serve them, and they used the exact same legal system to bury them legitimately, honorably, honestly.
But the judiciary is actually breaking laws every day, and they're actually pulling rank in ways they weren't even supposed to.
Yes,
And
but
one of the things that I
constitutionally, because of that, the Constitution makes way for, okay, this branch of government can no longer serve
I don't see a
After,
shutdown.
and then it go, and then
I
it
don't
goes to
see them.
military tribunal. Well,
I
how do
don't
you
see
get
Trump
everything in
getting in
military
their face.
tribunal? The
I
only way
mean,
the country
no,
accepts military
I'm
tribunals is
sorry,
because the
but
justice
I
system is
investigated the
so
Chief
corrupted.
Peters situation. There is an oversight body that exists in the federal government that should have shut Colorado down and did
Yes.
not do so.
Yes.
They shouldn't have taken the case. There's legal grounding for what I'm saying here. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just like there was legal grounding also for Sidney Powell to come forward with the real evidence. I can't even count the number of years ago.
Right.
Okay. But let's
Mhm.
just say 4 years ago. Even then, there a lot of this, when you get into the niceties of the legal system, a lot of times you do have a leg to stand on to actually change things. And it's whether you make the move, whether you take the initiative and absolutely stand up, the way Trump has stood up against the World Economic Forum. In other words, you can't have a judiciary where you keep letting them take control and nobody fights the real battle. See, they go sideways.
Agreed. I'm going to ask you a question on that. Agreed 100%. I'll ask you a question on that.
Absolutely.
But is the overall mission to basically take down this global power structure, or is it to provoke the wide eye opening? I'm not talking about the left you can't capture. They're lobotomized. There's a 15% or lost forever. I'm talking about the elevating the gravity in the minds and souls of we the people like us, that again, you can't tell them the truth. Sometimes you must show them. My opinion is they have got to show to the look, we're awake. We're talking to the choir. We're together all the time, every day. Our audiences, they already know all this. But you have this faction out there that again is supporting what's happening. They're on the same side as we are, but they're not junkies like we are, discovering the minutia. My belief is you go into a country, Mike, you gotta change hearts and minds. I believe here too, you gotta change hearts and minds. You've got to show the people the gravity of this crime syndicate, including the judiciary, for people to not get in the way if we do need to go to military tribunals. Yeah, they can wipe out the whole global cabal on the planet, but they're going to be in control in 20, 25, 30 years again, because the same people are going to do the same shit. And our people have no vested play in helping part of this process. They've done nothing. They sat back and they're again, you say, hey, here's what happened. Okay, great. Let's continue on. Got a great world. The people have to change at the spiritual or soul level through all this bullshit that has to come down on our head like a wrecking ball to get us to say, never, never again can we allow this to happen. I think when we've seen this all the time, now comes the pain. Now comes the pain. We were all like, yeah, we're going to take the pain to these bastards, these killers and criminals and governments and everything. Maybe that pain is supposed to be also for us. We have to go through the pain. We've abdicated our responsibilities in a republic. Even when we knew the threat was bearing on us over the last 100 years, we still abdicated it for whatever reason. I don't know. But if we don't change as a nation, as a species, Planet of the Apes, the original one, when I was a kid, one ape killed another. Unheard of, to the point at the end of the movie, he had all these apes surrounding the one that killed another in their standard chant, ape has killed ape. The most foreign thing to that species. Until we get to that, we're never going to stop killing each other.
Yep.
And what does it come from? It comes from scarcity on the planet, scarcity of resources, which isn't true. They steal everything that can help humanity and hide it and all that. So I wonder if the grand plan is, I agree with everything you're saying, but I wonder, as a grand plan, is these people need to go through their own shit shock and awe on them to understand why it's critical to play a role in your own freedom. It's not gifted to you, and you don't have to feed it, water it, take care of it. And I'm wondering, is that possibly why we're going through all this bullshit that we are unhappy about? Is that why? I don't know.
The show's not for us. It's for the normies, for the other people who haven't woken up yet, right? I do have to run. I have to get on my own show. Guys, I appreciate y'all having me. Carrie, good to see you again. Jaco, Scott, always Carrie. Hope you guys all have a great one. Take care. Appreciate you having me on, Scott.
Thanks for coming in, brother. Appreciate it.
Take care, guys.
Mike, you want to pick up on that? And I got to have Carrie's response too, because they're always thought-provoking. It pisses me off sometimes, but it's thought-provoking. Hey, Carrie, I'm slapping you high five.
I'm the guy that is going to call you out, and I'm calling it out. It's like you we've been talking about this for, I mean, since Trump's last administration, that he's going to go after the deep state. He's never done it. It's like I haven't really seen any action, and
In our
we just make
country, in
excuses.
this country. That's what I'm talking about.
We make excuses for him,
Hmm.
and then we try and justify his actions and the actions of those that are doing pretty much nothing. We Dan Bongino's like, you get me in there, we're gonna clean house, and he got in there and he just went with the show. Yeah, we. It's like, what? Uh, you know, get the hell out of there, and he did, because he couldn't do anything, and now he's back to his show. What did you do, Dan? Nothing. So this is what we're seeing from these people. I mean, I guess we're going to have to rise up here pretty soon. I mean, this spring and summer, there's going to be some outrage from our side, and we're not going to put up with the bullshit from anybody. We're going to get things done, and if it takes, bringing in the wrecking ball, that's what's going to happen.
I like that.
Yeah, I have to push back against what you were saying there a little bit earlier, Scott, because, you know, there's a way that people think they're at fault and they start to blame themselves, okay? And they go down this like really dark hole and it goes nowhere. I'm not like I don't kind of go along with that. I see the issues are at the top. I see that's where our attention span needs to be. I don't see looking at the people in the street and calling, saying they're at fault. Half the time, what you see is, that like I don't know the details and everything, but that doctor, again, there's context. There's something before that happened. It's just like, there's this woman, Miriam. She's an excellent investigative journalist. She got in deep on the George Floyd stuff, which is exactly what the fuck this was going down like. Okay, this is a formula. This is actually, I was reading something, I don't know who wrote it or whatever, saying that this is how they're trained. They're actually trained to put their knee on the neck of the person and all that nonsense. So, what I'm saying here is that that guy has a history. He had a history, and apparently, there are people being put up to actually, rabble rouse,
Rouse.
to to actually work for the man to instigate some of this stuff. So
Right.
it doesn't even have a good beginning. Okay, these are not people that are victims. There may be victims, but those are not the victims. Okay,
Yeah,
that were
they've been showing the
in the
bus loads
news.
coming in, Carrie. They've been showing bus loads, them coming in, raising hell, getting on the
The
bus
same
and
thing
leaving. Be
January
right.
State
6th. Okay,
agitators.
that's we know that. But have they ever even exposed all of that, like
Yeah.
sufficiently to show that that was a setup? In other words, again, where does it come from? It comes from the higher levels, the middle to middle high. Do you know what I mean? There's a certain echelon that are the crime bosses type people who are running this thing like a game and are basically poisoning the well, in my view, and not enough attention goes to that level because that's the level where Trump can operate. That's the level where that those guys know they actually can point to the people and know exactly what kind of game's being played there. You know what I'm saying? In other words, I don't think looking at low IQ is really the solution and saying, oh, it's because they have a low IQ. That's bullshit. Okay. We don't even understand IQ to be truthful. And the fact of the matter is that once they get out from under some kind of bullshit in their country where they drink bad water and have bad lighting or whatever the hell it is, their brains can grow. They can change. Okay. They may already be getting, all kinds of stuff headed towards them even from various ETs that support those peoples. You cannot use these old standards to make racist, really, statements because it's not correct. Okay, it really, those statements, even back in the days of racism, were wrong. Okay, we don't even understand ourselves, let alone others. Okay, in terms of what's the human potentiality here that's being held down by the higher ups that are getting off They're getting off every time. They're not being raked over the coals. Their names are not hitting in the press, not enough of them. You know what I'm saying? I know that there's a change because of the white hats. I know that they're aiming to have supposed, bring these guys forward and, and expose their nasty deeds, but not enough of it. It's not happening fast enough. I think they did all this homework back in the day. So it's not like they lack evidence. Okay. They
Yeah.
have the evidence. Okay. It's the same story. Why aren't they bringing it forward? This drives me crazy. It might not keep you up at night, but it sure as shit keeps me up at night. I'm not worried about a Somali family who one of their sons gets radicalized. That's small potatoes compared to what we're talking about. We're talking about a systemic problem. Okay. It's all across America. It's an old boys network and it's full of shit. And yes, Epstein is like the tip of the iceberg. But Epstein was involved in a lot more sophisticated stuff than just the honeypotting. In a sense, okay, on what he was really involved in. The stuff they
Transhumanism.
won't tell you. But I'm not the only investigator out there, okay? Our jobs, if you want to ask me about this, is that, you, me, Jacob, we're supposed to be raising the questions. We're the investigators. Even if you aren't like a conventional journalist, we are here to speak on behalf of the people and say, wait, what's wrong? Where is this going? Why isn't Tina free? Why is this continuing in the halls of DC? Why are these scoundrels still in charge of our cities? Okay. We need to bring the attention to those issues, not to cut to some kind of racist statement about people that you don't even know what you're talking about. IQ, EQ, fuck it. We're all part ET. You don't know the fuck about anybody to the
Mhm.
degree that you need to be able to evaluate who they are now and who they're going to be in the future.
Let me throw an aerial question, Mike. I want to get your response too. And yeah, Carrie, that needs to come out. We are the result, humans, of 22 different ET, DNA, genetic experiments, whatever the truth of all of it is. Yeah, have no doubt in my soul about all that. And that's a great point. We got to figure out who the hell we are first, and that's where, as I said many times on these big church stages around the country on the We Are Awakened tour, said it every time. Religion is the single worst thing that's ever happened to humanity. And it is. And I've never had a pastor get pissed, throw me out, or even they've, to the last one, virtually all of them have come to me. It's now one or two, come to me afterwards or before, backstage. Thank you for what you do. And I would always look at them like, you actually allow your husband to listen to my language? And they always laugh. But yeah, I've said it many times, and I agree with you on 100% on that. Let me ask you this then, Mike. You can speak to this too. The slowness with which this is all rolling out. The Off-Planet Alliance wants to drop the whole shit show on humanity. They'll figure it out. The On-Planet Alliance says, no, we want to take 20 to 50 years to bring this all out slowly because they can't handle it. Is that playing in here anywhere?
No, not at all. We, like Carrie's saying, we can advance very quickly. Someone that's got supposedly low IQ, intuitive, your intuition is far more advanced when you start
Right.
to tap into that. That's where the real human consciousness and the real intelligence is at. So you can make that leap. Anyone can make that leap. So this idea, I remember seeing when cell phones and all that came out, and I remember going overseas, and they didn't even have electric wires up. And here they are, they're getting their cell phones, and they're like, screwing around with their cell phones. We were laughing. They haven't figured it out. But they were making a leap. They didn't have to go through setting up their electrical wire system that we went through. They made a leap. So, and they did. I mean, now you go overseas, and they're probably in some places more advanced than we are with their electronics. So, anyone can make the leaps. So the consciousness from off-worlders or on-worlders or whatever is not going to make a difference. We already have these technologies, and they're going to be released at some point. And what we are all talking about, especially Carrie, is quit screwing around. Just the basic stuff of releasing Tina Peters, you can't even do that. And we're on the verge of like releasing these technologies, free energy and hovercrafts and all that kind of stuff. Come on, quit
I
screwing
mean, you
around
have
here.
to clean your own house. This
Yeah.
is America. Okay, let's get it right in our cities, and before we start going and shipping it out from, with a bunch of shit in other countries. The bottom line here is that I'm just going to lay it on the line. The white hats are in the driver's seat. I hope they're there for a long time, but it does not appear that they're taking as much advantage as they could. Okay, I just saw today something. There's some judge who just pushed back on something Trump wanted to do. It's like it's infected. Okay, it needs to change, and that means drastic action. Okay, that doesn't mean namby-pamby spend hours and years in courts. Okay,
Yes.
we need people who are in charge of things, because I say to people, who's in charge of that? I think, in a sense, I'm kind of like Trump that way. But just get me the guy who's in charge, because I'm going to tell him what the fuck needs to be done and have him do it. Okay,
Yes.
none of this bullshit. Okay, I'm sick of it. Okay, I don't know what they're doing with their little games and mental games and all that shit, but come on. There's things that can be done and haven't been done and have been sitting on the sidelines. Because why? Because they're consulting an AI. You don't even know that if that AI really knows what the fuck is right and wrong. You really don't. Okay, I'm sorry. This is the situation. Okay, it's not about low IQs. Okay, of immigrants. Okay, that is like a racist fucking statement. No, I'm just not calling you guys out. I know what you're talking about, how it plays out. But the bottom line is they've got smarts that you never dreamed of having, because of what they've dealt with in their lives, that have told them they maybe play dumb for you guys, okay? Because you're so fucking stupid, you don't know any better. So they can deceive the fuck out of you. Women have been doing that to
They've
men
been doing it to
forever.
Americans for 100 years,
Okay.
actually, now that you say it.
I
Now
mean,
you say
really,
it.
I'm serious.
Yeah.
These people, they have, I mean, I travel a hell of a lot and I see so much brilliance out there in the people everywhere I go. I'm
Mhm.
not kidding. I mean, I was in a situation in Morocco. We were there at 11 o'clock at night and nobody could help us. And our cab driver, who did not even speak English, got it together and saved our asses. Okay. I have seen people in other countries have I don't know what you want to call it, a simpatico, a humanity among each other that just blows my mind. It's so amazing. So before you start criticizing, start understanding the psychology going on in these states, and they're living right next door. They've become their neighbors. You gotta understand, what is that? Okay,
All right.
what's going on there?
I'm going to throw a supportive in here for you, Carrie. And I support you all the time. Um, Not that we agree on everything. We've had extensive phone calls where you and I've gone back and forth on things, always respectfully. And you're like, I never thought of it that way too. But I'm going to make your point for you here that you're trying to make. And this was brought to me by when I was still in the world of elected politics. Met a guy in Nevada, and I just got into town. I was like, Kevin Wynn, Steve's daughter, was helping me get my business off the ground there and plugging me in. She found out about my background in California, all the stuff I did, had me over for dinner one night. Wonderful husband, Dan, great people. And of course, they learned about me and they wanted to see if they could integrate me into Nevada politics. And I'm like, absolutely not. I'm here for one reason, money. I gave 16 years of my life to this bullshit and find out that it's a crime syndicate. I'm out. That's where it ended. But I remember when I went to some event, and there was this guy. He's from Mexico. He was brought here when it was very young, and he had mother here, but he found out his real mother was there. She shipped him out here so he could have a better life. And he got involved in politics, of course. Successful in business too. He couldn't even speak. I mean, he was 18 or 19 when he came here. Couldn't speak a word of English. Today he's very successful, probably like 12, 13 years later. And he said to me, Scott, the Republicans, you're all talking about we need to court the Hispanic vote, because they're family oriented. all these things about what we knew, what we were talking about during the post or the Bush era, shrub Bush, the lower IQ, and since we're talking about IQ, that one. And so during this, he made this case. He said, "You're misunderstanding. Their mindset is different than what you think. They're not very family oriented, very tight, multiple families living in one home together because they love each other so much or whatever. My words, not his. They live that way because they have no choice. They got to pile everybody into one single structure to actually live. And the second thing is you think that they're going to acquiesce to the Republican mindset of elective politics. Again, big misnomer. What you don't understand, their entire life programming mentally, psychologically is, if you want to get ahead in Mexico, you got to find some alignment with the political power structure that'll facilitate you having success in Mexico in this world. Because if you can't, you're going nowhere. You're going to be poverty stricken. So the dream and the goal is, how do I get close to these people or inside it or become part of it? It's the only way I'm going to have a good life from the government, which is criminal empire. Here, he said, that's how they'll see the Democrats, no matter what you say, no matter what you think about their values, because they associate with getting a nicer life from elected politicians. And who tells them every day, vote for us and we're going to give you this, this, and this? They believe. They don't understand the American ideal. They don't understand individualism, self-determination. And if you, in this country, work your ass off and use some of your brain power, you can achieve incredible things, be very successful. That doesn't exist where they come from. There's one way, one track. Suck up to the political power structure and you might get inside and have a decent life. And he said, that's why you can't just say automatically, these people are going to vote Republican because of their values. Their value is, how do I have a better life? And the Democrats will give it to them because they'll tell them flat out. That was a huge mind shift for me. So I see where you're coming from in that. I see where you're coming from in the overall narrative. You got to understand these people and how they think. Makes sense.
I agree, Scott, and I appreciate your examples there. Okay, but the bottom line is also, this country was built by immigrants just like them. Okay, let's not forget that. Okay, religious oppression. That's where America comes from, where they were told, no, don't do that. No, you can't do that. All this kind of bullshit. Okay, the reality is that we need to respect them. Okay, we need to show them respect and honor what gifts they might be bringing that we don't recognize. Okay, because it's not the same language. It's just, I just want to see a different approach. I want to see a more understanding approach. I want to see Trump align himself with them the way he aligns himself, with the big wigs over in the, World Economic Forum. You know what I'm saying? You got to learn to talk their language. You got to go, maybe you have to recruit them a different way, and strong arming them is not the answer. Okay. Again, if you're a gray human hybrid, do you think that's going to mean anything to you? Somebody comes up with a bunch of padding on themselves and comes up to your door with a gun and a whole team of heavies? Come
Mike,
on.
can you explain the gray human hybrid thing? Because some people may not understand that from Carrie's background, but it's a good point.
Okay.
Right?
Well, it's a huge history that we have been invaded by various ETs. And one of the main programs that we were told about, that, basically it's in the X-Men series, in the one episode of Logan, the one movie, Logan. Okay. What you get is, you get these children coming, they have different DNA. They were sent by our military because they were invading our population here above the border. And basically they made a deal, according to Dan Birish and other, I've checked all of this out, and they went south and they really went into abducting those people. You can go into southern places. I've seen films. Their entire skies are full of UFOs. That is a common occurrence down there. Okay. You don't see Jaime Maussan's films in this country. I've gone to conferences where I watched those films. Okay. They were approached by these ETs and they were doing a genetic hybrid experiment with them. The grays do not have high emotionality. Their emotional intelligence is very low, but they do have intellect.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. It's kind of cool to know that your predictions come true, and it's kind of a bummer because some of the things that I've seen that were coming are going to be destructive. So, yes, I laugh at it because we have useful idiots, useless eaters. What else do the Luciferians call them? I don't know. I guess they're useful to the Luciferians because they protect them. And a lot of these people are Satanists that are, involved in these demonstrations. As you guys are going to see, they're, as we've already seen with Don Lemon and his crew, they came into a church service. They don't like Christians. They don't like churches and so forth because they're Satanists, right? Above them are the Luciferians, right? So the Satanists are Luciferian wannabes, and they do evil, and they figure that they do enough evil that Luciferians will accept them, right? But the Luciferians are like, no, we just want you to stay down there and block for us, right? So it's funny to me because these people are like, what part of illegal don't you friggin' understand, right? For illegal aliens that are here in the United States doing criminal activity, taking money from taxpayers, it's like useful idiots, morons, idiots, stupid people. God, it's like, what the heck, right? But that's the way it is because we're in another cycle. We've talked about this in other shows. You look at, the horoscopes and the alignment of the planets. Of course, the planets do have gravitational pull, and we're also in an alignment where many years ago, back in back during, I guess, the Civil War times, or maybe a little bit after that, I don't know exactly when, 165 years ago or something, we had Carrington effect. Now, the Carrington effect was a massive blast from the sun. We had one that was very close a little while ago, and you see what it did to the weather patterns. Oh boy, right? So the East Coast is getting hammered with crazy snows that they haven't ever seen before in a lot of places. They're like saying, we haven't seen snows like this in 20 years. No, in some places they've never seen snow like they're getting. And cold weather that is pushing all the way down to Cuba, freezing temperatures all the way down to Cuba, in the Bahamas. Hello. All right, so we're definitely seeing some massive changes. Now, why is that? Because human consciousness goes through periods of, deterioration and then rebuilding, right? Deterioration and rebuilding. So the useful idiots, are out there, protesting, rioting, and so forth, because we're going through, because we didn't learn from the last one, another little civil war. It won't be as bad as the last one because the last one, was pretty intense. We learned a little bit from that, but not enough, I guess. So now we have more stupid that we have to work through. And these people are like NPCs, non-player candidates in like video games. We've talked about this for years now, and everybody's laughed about it, but up to 80% of the population is NPCs. Wow. Like soulless creatures that are just kind of wandering through life, getting in our way as we're trying to advance spiritually, right? Because we could take down these evil Luciferians very quickly, very easily, if we didn't have this massive wall of stupid to get through. Wow. All right. So let's look at some of this satanic, useful idiot activity that's out there. Protests happen all across the country over the weekend. I think as things get warmer, back to normal, then we're probably going to see even more useless idiot activity, right? So here's some of it here. Businesses close and demonstrators march in cities across the U.S. in anti-ICE general strike. So we want our rapists. We want our pedophiles. These are useful idiots. How else can you describe them? How else can you describe these absolute, incredible, moronic, stupid ass people? It's insane to me. Insane. It's so ridiculous. Protests across the Trump administration, protests against the Trump administration's immigration crackdown were held in cities across the U.S. on Friday in a mass demonstration of public outrage. Outrage. Don't send those criminals back out of here. All right. We love our illegal immigrants. Immigrants, like they're cool and nice. Immigrants. They're taking our taxpayer dollars, and for like a decade, the Somalis been loading up suitcases full of our money and heading back out to Somalia to fund terrorism. Dozens of businesses closed their doors, and tens of thousands of demonstrators were expected to take to the streets from Los Angeles to New York, where the typical useless idiots congregate in massive numbers, right? In the cities. I've said this for, I think, 5 years, because I saw this a long time ago, that we would see massive protest, just like we saw with George Floyd. I said George Floyd riots and protests are just a fraction of what's coming, and that we would lose many big blue cities. Right. So, you've heard me for years say, get out of the big blue cities. So we're down to the wire. They're starting. Of course, Minneapolis is not letting up. The people of the Twin Cities have shown the way for the whole country to stop ICE's reign of terror. The organizers of Friday's National Day of Protest wrote, the strike was endorsed by nearly 30 organizations of super idiots across the country, from labor unions to immigrant advocacy groups to student organizations. Even in California, they were letting schools out to go, the students to go protest. Get your kids out of schools, right? Get them out of those woke idiot schools, guys. Protests are scheduled to persist into the weekend in Minneapolis, which has become the heart of the anti-ICE movement since the fatal shootings of residents Renee Good and Alex Pretty, as well as in other cities around the country. All right, so of course, Minneapolis, hundreds of demonstrators gathered Friday morning, blah, blah, blah. And you see all the useful idiots here on a massive scale, with all their signs made up by some Soros group. Trump told reporters on Thursday that the administration would not be pulling back its immigration enforcement efforts in Minnesota at all, despite comments that White House border czar Tom Homan made the same day, indicating that a drawdown of federal agents was planned. Now, it's only planned if the regular police forces get involved so that they can cover for the ICE agents, because they had to bring in extra ICE agents just to do a simple arrest, where it normally take 3 or 4 people. They had to have 15 to do crowd control of stupid people, right? Useful idiots, right? You can use that term. Go ahead. I will let you, right? When you see these people, you can tell all your friends, look at those useful idiots, right? And it's what it is. It is what it is. President Trump wants this fixed, and I'm going to fix it with your help. I don't think you're going to get that, Mr. Homan, who took over federal immigration operations in Minneapolis last week, said at a press conference in Minneapolis on Thursday, blah, blah, blah. All right. So we're looking at everything that would shed light on what happened that day, blah, blah, blah. So it's just going to accelerate, guys. We're going to be in a mini little civil war in these cities because of the useful idiots and NPCs, right? In New York City, protesters gathered in Union Square on Friday afternoon, holding cardboard signs printed with the help of George Soros funding, signs in winter clothing, cheering and singing chants against ICE with their despicable, disgusting, chants that are, children shouldn't be hearing, but they're doing it anyway. Hundreds of people turned out in Foley Square in Lower Manhattan, which lies across from the local ICE headquarters, and was the site of a planned rally on Friday. The city's mayor, communist Zoran Mamdani, who has vocally backed abolishing ICE, showed support. Of course he did, because it basically takes away from his criminality that he's already probably starting to do, right? So that's really why these Luciferians, the Democrats are Luciferian, that want this to continue, right? Obama, I remember seeing Obama. He was with the Larry Ellison and Mark Zuckerberg, and back when what was it? Bill Gates was there, and also he was still alive back then, but he was hanging out. All of them hanging out, Google, all of them, all of the tech Luciferians basically sitting at the table, toasting to Obama, saying that you're one of us. And after we do this toasting, we're going to go do some sacrificing, right? So this is what they do. And they keep each other, in the loop. They have their little covens, and they have their, very Luciferian things that they do. And they're controlling our AI system and all of our internet and so forth. Wow. I think we need a really good Carrington event to basically just knock it all down. I think that's going to be God's signal. It's like, yeah, I'm going to protect you from the Luciferians. All right. Dozens of local businesses announced their plans to shut down Friday. New York City, Seattle, Denver, Austin, Washington, Austin, Texas. You were like, Austin, Texas? Yes. All right. I've talked about Austin for a long time. All the way back to, the George Floyd riots. I was warning that Austin was going to go off the charts with their rioting. And people got back to me and said, yeah, thanks for the heads up. And we're going to make sure that doesn't happen. It didn't. All right. So, yes, I think that, and I talked to my buddy, Scott McKay. He talked about how they bust in all these demonstrators, and, the Cowboys showed up and kicked their ass while the police watched. All right. So there's still some good old boys in Texas, and who knows, maybe they won't let these Luciferians, take control. So good luck in Texas, the Republic of Texas. Hope you guys maintain. All right, so crowds of people came also to participate in the day of demonstration in Los Angeles. They had a lot of protests in Los Angeles, shut down buses, shut down a freeway, burning a big dumpster fire protest. And, so it's back. Los Angeles is back. They want to destroy themselves. So it seems like I saw somewhere where President Trump was like, you know what? We're just going to let them do that. I'm paraphrasing. We're going to let them basically destroy their cities. And if they want our help, we'll come and help. But otherwise, we're not going to go help them. All right. So just like I said, we're basically going to cordon off these big blue cities that are the worst and let them destroy themselves. Right. And why? I don't want to go in there and help stupid people, Satanists and useless eaters. Why? Why would I want to go in and help them? Right? They're going to just destroy themselves, and then it'll just make it easier for the rest of us, I think. Right? So, yeah, I'm a realist. I'm a military-minded guy. It's like, let the enemy destroy themselves, right? So they are the enemy. We're at war, and they're the enemy, right? I mean, some of you bleeding hearts out there will be, oh, they're just, misguided. Yeah, right. So top far left Democrat, Luciferian protesters, Satanists, because they're not Luciferians, only top guys like Obama, Ellison, and all those guys are Luciferian. But top far left Democrat protesters make up to 100,000 a year. Yes, 100,000 a year. These communists, they talk like they want to just share the wealth with everybody, and the billionaires, which they're not going to touch because they're the Luciferians they want to be like, are going to continue to keep their money because these useful idiots are out there, and they're going to pay them what they're worth. And then once they get complete control, that money's going to go away, and then they're going to be sitting on the streets like the other homeless, and no one's going to care, right? No one's going to care. And that those of us that could have helped them, we're not. We're going to let them fester in their cities, and that's the way it's going to be. All right, so here it is. Top paid protesters earn 80 to 100,000 a year. The wingnuts are especially in demand, right? So I'm not the only one that's like throwing slime at these guys. They're being used to destroy our institutions. The leaders want the country to fall. They get flown all around the country. So this is from El Cajon Mayor Bill Wells. George Soros, that's funding these operations. These people are being paid 120,000, he's saying, a year to be paid protesters. Yes, you'll fly to other cities and stay there and put your body at risk of fighting the federal government. There's an anarchy happening. Syria is speaking there. Now the radicals are now taking over Target stores. So here's the useful idiots in Target. Now liberal white boomers are now out in full force taking over Minnesota Target stores because most black people aren't in on this. All right, they were told, you demonstrate during George Floyd, and we're going to give you like reparations going all the way back to the Civil War. Do you know that there was a lot of blacks that actually owned slaves back during the Civil War? Yeah, that's right. So are they going to go back and look at those people that maybe are descendants from those slave owners, and are they going to have to actually pay into the system to help blacks that were actually slaves? I don't know. I don't think so. I think it was just full on, you guys ride for us and we're going to hook you up. And they never did. They never did. So the black folks are like, F you. We're not going to jump into that. We're getting wise to you, Democrat a-holes. So imagine being so worthless, such a useless eater, that you spend your Saturdays singing songs in support of child rapists while harassing shoppers at Target. Right? So, useful idiots. Useful idiots. That's what they are. And they love to be useless. So let's let them be useless. And that's the way it's going forward. Let me see. It's not what I wanted. Now it's stuck. Yeah, get on that other one. So I wanted to go back on that. So go back to that page. Por favor. All right, 34,000 Minnesotans volunteer as ICE watchers since Renee Good shooting, right? So that's a lot of useless idiots, right? Useless eaters, useful idiots. Anybody else got any terms that we can throw at these idiots? Somebody got something good? I'm gonna look at it. I pray for the innocent ones. Yeah, absolutely. More than 34,000 Minnesotans have signed up to, be ICE watchers, right? And observing federal immigration. That's a lot, guys. That's a lot of people that are going to protest and cause problems. So they have encrypted messaging app Signal that coordinates their ICE observation efforts to track and document the movements of ICE and customs, and then they show up, very quickly and start to give them hell, right? So tensions have continued to run high in Minnesota as activists mobilize. So again, they're paid from $80,000 to $120,000. They travel all around the country, and they cause problems, right? So, and then the people there in Minnesota that have been compromised mentally, consciously, and they're like, let's go protest. Let's not work today, and let's go protest. All right. So was this all the places where these people work? Did they say, yeah, we're all on board with that. Go ahead and take the day off and go protest and destroy our state and go to Target so that no one wants to go shop there anymore. Yeah, go ahead. You think so? I don't think so. Right. So most of these people don't work anyway. So they're just looking for an excuse to be useful idiots. Right. So, and I'm like, okay, be a useful idiot if you want to be, but don't impede my progress as far as advancing my consciousness and getting to the point where I can be at one with God and so forth. But I guess these guys don't care. All right, so they basically came in and caused a lot of problems for people that were. Let me see if I can get this one. Riots everywhere. So I clicked off on that, and I didn't want to click off on that. Let's see if I can get it back. Go back. Now it's just going back to 34,000 knuckleheads. All right. There was one where, let's see, was that it? It's one where they were basically, this reveals truth in Muslim migration. God, where did I find that? They were coming in and basically, this has got to be it. I think it was further down. There we go. Okay, I got it again. I have so many little videos to show you guys. And sometimes I like to stack them. So here's now this is sad to me. And this shows you that these are satanic Luciferians that are involved here, guys. And I'm not making these comments to be, cute, right? I'm not a cute guy, right? I don't do cute. Right? Insurgency. ICE Watch determined multiple ICE agents were attending a church service and dispatched insurgents. When the service ended, the Christians were harassed and attacked as they tried to reach their cars. This is a spiritual war so they're leaving church, and here you have the useful idiots out there, the satanic ones that want to be like Luciferians. They're out there blowing their whistles and honking their horns, and just like they do the ICE demonstrations. Now they're starting to attack Christians. That's become their new thing because they want to look cool to their Luciferian handlers, and this is what they're being given to do. Imagine these people are like so sad. These people are like, what's going on here? I'm just coming out of a church service. They're young people. I don't see any kids here yet, but imagine you go to church. I remember going to church when I was a little kid. Imagine coming out of a church and having this awaiting you. And then you have police and ICE agents and so forth basically protecting you so you can go to your car and drive off. What the heck? So the police are holding them up until they can, cordon these useful idiots off so that these people can, safely transit to their vehicles. So as they're going past these people, and I think this is happening in a lot of places, unfortunately, somebody's down here. I think there were some comments. Maybe I have to go to the actual X account. I will in a minute. So there's people are saying they had their 11-year-old son, and people were yelling hateful things like, "How dare you, brainwash your child?" Like, what in the heck? This is like freedom of religion, but not for the Luciferians. They don't want freedom of religion. They want us to basically abandon our faith and allow them to take over. It's not going to happen. So that's why we will go into a mini civil war, and we will push these fools into their big blue cities, where it's the only place where they control things. From those big blue cities, they've been controlling the vote, so they're stealing the vote, so that we can't get good people into office to basically overcome this. So they have complete control of the vote in their big blue cities, and are completely surrounding them are those of us that are very spiritual, connected to the earth and God and the angelic realm. And then you have these very hateful, satanic, useful idiots. All right. So as he moves closer to the sun, things start to heat up. Right. So there is over the next couple of weeks, there will be an intensification of this negativity from these useful idiots, unfortunately. But we've known this was coming. We talked about this coming for years. We prepared you, and we're moving into that environment now. So it has to be the fall, Revelation and all that kind of stuff. It's basically coming to the point where the evil ones are basically going to be destroyed, and those of us that are of higher consciousness move forward. Now, this is one of those things where it gets a little harder to comprehend. You have to stay. How I've talked about being in the love vibration. Now, my wife took a picture. We have the snow melting around our house because all of the crazy cold weather that we normally get is, in the middle and the East Coast right now. I guess it'll come back at some point. But the massive amounts of snow that we had, almost a month ago, we haven't had any rain or snow for a long time. So where it's melting, it melted in where we live on a hill, mountainside, really. So on it is where it's melting, and it's melting into the form of a heart. Because how I say, and the two of us are very much, in that love vibration. But you must be, we just went through January, as you know, that was very troubling month. Now we're moving into a period where we're going to see things that are going to manifest. They're going to manifest very quickly. So you have to stay in that open mind, right? And if you're not in that open mind, then things are going to get very dicey for you. So if you live in fear, you're going to attract fear. Because I've talked about this for years. I've done events about this, and now we're moving very quickly into this, where I said, imagine if what you thought manifested when you thought it. So a lot of people will be in a lot of trouble if that happened. And that's what we're going to see with these useful idiots. And they're going to manifest that. And then there's people that just want to bust their heads, and they're probably going to manifest that. And that's not going to probably work out for them either. But if you look at, your consciousness and how you're focused, that's the main thing that where you need to be to manifest the world that we have all dreamed of is coming for us, right? And I'm not speaking like flowery. This is, you've heard this BS from people for a long time. It never seems to work. It's going to work now, right? It's going to work. It's very, very much importante that you maintain your focus on what you want to manifest in your life, right? So if you're focused on that, then you get hearts that show up in your yard like that. It's pretty crazy, right? But that's kind of the way things are manifesting for many of us. We're going to continue to see the manifestation of a beautiful world, even as those crazies are going to do their thing, because it's like another reality that they're pulling in. It's like another timeline. They're going to be living on a very violent, negative timeline. And we have to keep ourselves free from that, right? We have to protect ourselves from that. You don't want to go charging into that. If you're in like downtown LA, and that's you walking out of a church service, like Mike said, get out of the big blue cities, right? Because that's not going to last too much longer, where those people will be allowed to just walk freely to their car. Well, they're protected, but that's not going to, because those officers are going to be fighting some other events, other places, and they're not going to have the opportunity or the chance to protect people like that anymore, guys. Right? So it's going to be up to you to protect yourself for a little period of time, or position yourself so that you're not in these areas. So of course, all around these big blue cities is red zone, right? And when I was in Iraq and Afghanistan and a lot of other places, the red zone was when we left our compounds, or safe green zones, and then we went into the local communities where we knew there was baddies and that were going to try and attack us. So the opposite of that is really those blue zones are no-go zones. And, outside of that is the red zone, where we basically have everything, right? We have a beautiful, magnificent, all around these big blue cities, right? So position yourself. I know some of you just keep saying, and I understand, if you're popo and you can't get out of those places, or you don't have any friends that will hook you up, or I don't know, it's like no relatives, no friends, and you're stuck in these big blue cities. I pray for you, right? I pray for you. You need to pray for yourself, and stay focused, stay positive, right? So maybe the right thing will come along and extract you or put you in a position where you're safe, or maybe you're going to be in a little bubble and everything is going to be destroyed around you. I don't know. So you look at a lot of other cities that have undergone this, like you look at Ukraine right now, those cities are unbelievably destroyed. So now, is there going to be combat on that level in these big cities? I don't think it's going to be quite on that level. I think these big blue cities are going to be, because they're going to try and come out and do their thing outside of their little domains of evil, and we're not going to let them. Right? We're not going to let them. And within our communities, there are going to be some of these people, and they'll have to go to the big cities, right? So if they're going to be stupid, and that's just the way it's going to be, right? So now, will we have these crazy? The sun's going crazy because we're very connected to the sun, God, everything, the planets, connection, right? Plants, animals, your homes, water, everything, your bodies, everything's connected, right? Everything is of God. And as you understand that, and you keep your focus on that, and you stay in that love vibration, then you're going to be, pretty much directed to be in certain places where you're going to be safe, and so forth. But there could be, because we know that the AI is for the Luciferians. Remember, the Luciferians basically control pretty much, to a great extent, social media. Even though I can come in here and put out information within this, they're allowing this so that we think we're safe and we're good. All right. So, and maybe at some point we take it over. I don't know. But at some point, they want AI to control everything and us, right? And that's not going to work out. That's not going to work out so good. All right. So AI is I don't know. Maybe the Carrington event is going to happen, and it's going to basically, just squash the, internet and social media. And I don't know. I don't see it happening, but there could be some disruptions. At some point, the AI, I think, gets disrupted from the path of completely controlling us. I don't foresee that. Long term. I've never been, intimidated or fearful of AI whatsoever. I'm like, whatever. Can it be a problem? Obviously. And going forward, will it be the thing that comes in and basically takes over? If they get that opportunity, if they do get that opportunity. Now, the Carrington event, there is possibly going to be within the next couple of days another very serious Carrington event. And of course, I'm going to defer to Stefan Burns because he's the expert in this area. So he talks about this. He talks about how you see, as you're looking at the screen on your left, there's some, some activity that's going on with the sun. So is our connection with the sun going to, have a positive effect going forward? I think a lot of things are going to be revealed, like we're seeing. I think the reveals, like we saw in the last month, it's like, how long's it been? Like 5 minutes? Okay, what else is going on? Because it's been like so many things. I'm like trying to keep up with what Trump's putting down. It's like I can't. It's just too much. And trying to keep up with, all the other things that are going on. It's like just slamming. It's slamming. And if you're an emotional nutcase, then you need to learn to not get so attached, right? Build up your emotional intelligence, and it won't affect you. Now, you see all those useless idiots out there are pretty much very emotional, right? Very low emotional IQ. Now, you could have unbelievable IQ, according to them, because they went to the woke colleges and schools and so forth. They're highly intelligent, and they believe that, their poop doesn't stink because they're so smart. But they have super low emotional intelligence, which is basically canceled out all of their analytical processing of stupid that they learned, right? Stupid things they learned that are useless because most of them don't have jobs. So that's where we're at. A lot of those useless eaters, useful idiots are pretty much, stuck in a cycle of stupid. They see stupid, they do stupid. All their friends around them do stupid and say stupid, and they're just stuck in stupid, right? They're in a super stupid, and it's disgusting for those of us that look at it and go, how can they not see that, right? And if you try and, clue them up, they get emotionally like little children, very incensed, don't they? All right. So will we have some kind of event where, like Stefan Burns is talking about, the planets are lining up just like they did during the last Carrington effect? Wow. Because we know that the sun and the planets do have an effect on us. If you don't understand that, work as a bouncer in a bar during the full moon. Right? I can tell you, it's cray time, right? So some people get all lovey and they go home with like beautiful people, and then some people don't get that and they go cray, right? So it's kind of like that with a lot of things right now. Are you loving, or are you a cray cray? So I think we see most people are cray cray right now, and this is why.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, Stefan Burns. Today we have a lot to talk about. We've had some incredible developments with the sun over the past 24 hours, really actually just the past 16 hours or so. And
now, Stefan, I've never seen him like this. You can tell he's visibly shaken. And I can tell you over the last couple of days, I've been whacked for the last couple of days. So there's definitely some cray energy coming in, right? And I'm very sensitive. So when it gets cray, I'm like, oh dang, I get affected. I'm an empath, intuitive, and you name it. When things get wild, then Mike's like, oh. So you can see that with Stefan. And Stefan at the end, he was like, I was going to do Q&A, but my stomach hurts and I never had this before happen, and I'm going to go out and ground myself. So you could tell during this, he feels he's very empathic too.
And I've never seen anything like this. Let's just say that. I haven't been doing this for 30, 40, 50, 100 years, but really this whole field, this space weather is pretty new. We saw some really explosive development with the sun back in April and May of 2024. And that led to the Mother's Day storm, or the Gannon storm, that long duration G5 storm. We had sunspot group 3664 that was on the sun, that was equivalent in size to the Carrington sunspot at that moment in time. It did not give us a Carrington event. Thankfully, what we have happening right now with the sun is honestly very similar, and in some aspects it's looking more significant. We could have a Carrington event in the immediate future, a modern Carrington event.
All right, so let me read to you what this phenomenon could bring. Satellite operators are possible. Satellites could be knocked out, and actually, because they're knocked out, they could plummet from their orbit, and that could be a problem. So this goes all the way back to 1859, superstorm that destroyed telegraph wires and illuminated auroras over Hawaii. Modern civilization would be confronting severe consequences. Could trigger widespread power outages across continents, water pumps, ATMs. Wouldn't be able to get any money out, but if you got silver, you'd be good. Satellites could plummet from orbit. Like I said, GPS could vanish. Trillions and economic losses could follow. According to NASA projections, a scenario far more catastrophic than the 1989 Quebec blackout. All right. You guys in Quebec maybe could clue us up on that. I don't remember that, but I guess I could search in history and there would be, I could see that. Europe's recent simulation depicted a grim scenario, a complete breakdown of e-communications and no AI. Good, maybe. Navigation paralysis and supply chain disruption. So it underscores our fragility, and that could happen with the modern day Carrington event.
It's possible. The conditions are there. Does not mean we will have one, but all the factors have aligned such that it could happen. And in fact, if we look at some of these outside influences, for example, planetary resonances, planetary alignments, the conditions now are almost identical as they were back in 1859. So we have a lot to talk about today. All this flash you see on the screen is what's happening right now with the sun. It's quite dramatic. I'm just pulling up a graphic to show you guys, showing you the comparison. Is watts per square meter, 10 to negative 9, 10 to negative 8, 10 to negative 7. Okay, you go on. So this isn't that significant.
All right. So basically what he's talking about here is, if you go all the way, we can map this all the way back. And every time that we've had significant, X-class flares and so forth, there's been a ramp up. So from the last X-class flare that we had, where he and I both said that we could possibly have a Carrington event, but it was negated by the energies of the Earth. That could be because we put that information out, and those of us with good consciousness that are not useful idiots maybe had an effect. Right. So that is a possibility. Maybe that possibility of canceling out will happen because we're putting this out again. As we're going to start to work together, we're going to start to see this more and more, guys. Right. I used to tell people how we could push storms, and we started pushing storms and so forth. Consciousness does have an effect. Go to any course that I've ever done, and events that I've done, and I basically bring people up on stage and I show them the effect of their consciousness on their physicality, right? Muscle testing. So it does have an effect, and I can have people with an audience send them energy and will have an effect on them. So, projecting yourself and Faraday caging yourself and all kind of crazy stuff like I do with LifeWave. I have an X39, X49 on me during the day, and then an Eon and some other patches on me at night, which basically protect me from, impulses that come from the baddies, right? Because they're always trying to take me out, right? And I'm a Archangel Michael boy, and so they don't always have a very good effect on me. In fact, it boomerangs back to them when they do that kind of stuff to me. So they don't mess with me as much. So here's more of a graph where he talks about how in our last big pop that we had back in earlier this year, 111 angelic number, 2026 410, so that's another one. So 4 ones, how about that? And 1111. So we basically had a big pop, but it didn't have much of an effect. And so then he goes in and he talks about how we're ramping up. See this ramp up? It's a lot more energy that's already happening here on Earth right now. And so if we get a spike from the sun, it can have a more negative effect, right? Closer to a Carrington type event. Now look at these sunspots. Let's see. Right here. Wow.
In this intermediate region, this core keeps getting bigger. There's so much mixing happening here. Now, if I zoom out a little bit, let's reset the view, and we're at the end. I'm going to set this up for you guys so we can track this across time. Okay.
He's going to time lapse it.
So I think now if I go forward, yeah, here we go. So I'm just going to put this on play. All right. We're going to watch 4366 develop over time. It's already becoming a pretty significant sunspot group. I'd say right around this zone is where the sunspot we just had that gave us a near Carrington level impact was. We'll look at that one too. That was just back on, again, January 18th. So we'll just go back a little bit after this and check out that sunspot to see what that gave us. Look at that growth though. Look at that development. This is not normal. And there's so many different signs too that are pointing to this, but look at how this changes. Like just the movement of these sunspot cores is so crazy.
So in the next couple of days, this, as you see it here, it's growing very rapidly. It can be in a position where if it lights off, we're probably going to get a Carrington event, right? So he goes into that a little bit more. He also goes into the planetary alignments, as you're seeing here. Very, very similar to the 1859 Carrington event. All right. Basically, if you go back in time, which he did, it lines up with basically the way the planets are lined up right now. So very, very interesting. Now, so again, the planetary alignments, like I talked about earlier, Mars and all that crazy stuff, is basically putting us into, a very strong possibility of accelerated. Somebody take that BS out of the comments. Okay, I'll do it. Ben, use it forever. Bye-bye. All right. So if we continue to see these events like that, it's going to continue to build up energy. Now we're also moving in within the next couple weeks. I watched several different astrologers and so forth, and they said that we're moving into increased earthquake. Could be some very violent earthquake activity. We've seen in Italy where this one whole town is basically collapsing. It's been there for a long time, and it's just collapsing in on itself. 24,000 people are probably going to have to leave this one, city in Italy that's imploding and collapsing. Crazy stuff. So a lot of this stuff is happening underneath the Yellowstone caldera, massive caldera that blew up and just wiped out probably the earth for a little while, everything on the earth. It has a city, it's the size of Seattle, is what I saw. It's basically burping, not burping like expelling, but burping just under the surface into a Seattle-sized bulbous, right? So it's very interesting things that are happening right now. So everything seems to be on the verge of cooking off, right? So we could see some very significant earthquake activity in the next couple of weeks too. So again, consciousness could have a positive effect. Now, the first bank failure of 2026 has happened on Friday. And it said Metropolitan Capital Bank and Trust, which was closed by regulators due to concerns over its financial stability. I guess depositors aren't affected. It was absorbed by another bank. Now, this is a Chicago bank. Get out of Chicago. So that's going to get destroyed in a lot of different ways. But this is in the second year in a row where a major bank in Chicago has failed. Right. So last year was another major bank that failed in Chicago, and early in this year, we've had our first bank failure. Now, is that going to be the start of many? I believe so. I believe we're going to get some significant activity as far as like bank failures. Now, let's also look at the price of silver. Silver, I'm looking at it right now. I was looking at it and I was like, it needs to go above this level to be good. And it has gone above that level, right? So those of us that are in silver is in a long-term bull market, not bear, bull market. It's going to continue to go up. So those of you that maybe have been a little slightly nervous about the pullback, this is a buying opportunity. Again, this will go much higher. It will be I'm very convinced it will be a $500 silver this year, right? Before the end of the year. So as you see here, it's going up. All right. So this is a normal pattern that we see from silver. You see where it basically went down right here. This was the low on Friday. And it went down. Looks like it might have tested that. I hope so. Hope it doesn't go back down and test that. But it looks like it's building a nice little launching point. So you see it went up to, what was the high today so far? Let me see. Pull this little baby over here. The high today so far has been 88. So I was like, if it can go, you see these peaks right here. I was like, if it goes above 87, which it has, it's gone 88. That's going to be good action, and we could see this continue to go higher. Now, will it blow up like it has been? No, it's probably going to go up and go sideways again. This is what silver does. But it's not going to be long-term like it used to be. It would take months and a year or so before it would take off. Now it just seems like a few days, hours sometimes before it really takes off. So we'll probably see it get back towards $100. I think this week, maybe even more. I don't know, but that's what I'm seeing right now. Now, my predictions have been spot on for silver. If you guys have been following me for a long time, I would say in a week from now, there's going to be this many people that are going to be on the death list. And my numbers were like spot on. It was like crazy how accurate I wasn't. You know, I just tapped into it and just predicted it, and I was spot on for like months. So also in October of 2019, I said we're going to see a stock market crash that's going to go to this number, and it in 2020 it went to within 100 points of that number, right? So you know, have uncanny ability to see these things. I've really been locked on as far as the silver price. So I believe it's going to go up significantly this week, but it could go down too. So if it goes down, it's just another buying opportunity, because this thing is definitely going to continue to go up, guys. So long-term investment. Now, the other investment that I know probably quite a few of you guys are in is the crypto space. Right, crypto space not looking so good. Like I said, I believe it's going to pull back and take a little breather, and because this is what crypto does. It goes into crypto winter, and it pulls back like 4 times from its high has been the normal pattern of it. So that's going to put it down around, I don't know, 30,000, maybe lower. If we get a major stock market crash like I predict, it could go even lower. So if you look at the price, which I'm going to show you here in 1 second, it's basically doing what I talked about yesterday. So if you watched my show yesterday, you know that I talked about the potential for crypto crash. All right, I felt that it was imminent, and it looks like the head and shoulders pattern that it was building is pretty much. You see the head, shoulder, head, shoulders, knees and toes. So if you look at basically, it's, you know, doing the same thing on the other side, the shoulder pattern, right? So it came down, it tested that. Now it kind of looks like it might be bouncing. So I don't know. You never know. It could be, you know, it doesn't want to collapse yet, right? But at some point, I believe it will. So as you guys can see, it looks like it went down and tested. It didn't exceed it, so it went down and tested that low that it had yesterday. And now it's starting to creep back up. The low today was 76, 542. Yesterday it was 75, 555. And it seems to be wanting to, you know, stay higher. Now, if you go back 52 weeks, 52-week range, it's 74. So it came close to the all-time to the low. So crypto, Bitcoin has not moved at all in a year, right? Whereas silver has gone up tremendously, right? And it will continue to go up tremendously. So I would recommend not putting your money in crypto, guys. But you know, it's up to you guys. You choose your investment platform. I'm just here to give advice. I'm not an expert. Well, kind of I am. But you know, I'm not an economist or haven't been to schools like Dr. Kirk Elliott. He says the same things I do. So he's got degrees. He's like a doctor. He's got 2 doctorates. So one is in ministry, in, you know, the spiritual place, and the other one is in economics. So how about that? A man of God that gives us advice on the economy, and he says get into silver, right? So we've been saying this for years. It's not going to stop. In fact, we're only in about 2 to 3 years of this bull market, and normally a bull market in silver and gold goes on for a decade, right? So we still have, you know, 6-7 years left of upside. So don't fret. You'll see pullbacks, sometimes pullbacks. Sometimes they'll be significant. Sometimes they won't be. So stay involved, and you'll be happy. Just like a lot of you guys have been happy with me and my predictions already. So good. All right. So this is just kind of like what Nino does is in What the Fuck News. All right. So I'm not going to start my own What the Fuck News, but sometimes I look at stuff, I'm like, what the fuck? So this is one of those. All right. So I heard from someone that Nino interviewed. I'm going to have them on as well. Talk about Luciferians and all that kind of stuff, satanic stuff. Despite Macron's denial, magazine shares photos of Brigitte as a boy. So let's go back in time. There's now some people are saying this is Brigitte's brother, trying to dissuade people from seeing that Brigitte is or was a boy. Definitely not is now. Now, this is the thing that is the WTF, what the, thing. Right? Now, I guess Candace has been all over this. She's been, talking a lot of stuff. She talked about a lot of stuff. But anyway, she really did a lot of research on Brigitte. And Brigitte is definitely a man. Now, I think there's a 20-year difference between Brigitte and Macaroni. And Macaroni is, drum roll, Macron is the son of Brigitte, all right, the man. Wow. All right, so that kind of blew me away. I was like, WTF? And my wife was like, you didn't know that? I'm like, what? Like, you knew that? It's like, geez. All right, so there's some crazy stuff that these Luciferians do, right? And that's one of them. So I guess the father and the son are pedophiles. Pedophiles. What the heck? Oh my God. So some of you are like, yes, it's the father. And some of you guys have known this, right? You didn't tell me, right? Gail Banser. Is that Gail Banser? Yeah, Gail Banser. Right. So, yes, it's his father. Look, Macron, I am your father. Oh yeah. Yes, somebody just Jamie. You said it right when I said it. That's good. I'm Darth Vader's father. That's what you got to do, right? You just got to laugh at it. Laugh at them. They hate it when you laugh at them and you call them out. Oh, you're his father and his kind of something wife. Like, what is going on with you guys? You guys are weird. Right? You Luciferians like go off on really crazy tangents, right? So I don't know. I think we need a good Carrington event to like just shut it all down. I guess I don't know. I don't want a Carrington event. I think we can work through stupid, work around them, and of course there's going to be let stupid go to the big cities and destroy themselves. Right? So just like when they did the castle. They basically, surrounded the castle and wouldn't let everybody out of the castle. And they take like the catapults and they catapult like the fort. I don't know. So Trump is a literal. Oh, somebody just take that out of there. So we got the trollers in there. Come on, you guys. You guys supposed to be taking care of that stuff. Where's my peeps in there are supposed to be taking these people down? Do I got any peeps in here with shield mavens and stuff? Yeah. I don't see you, so I guess that's why I'm taking stuff down. So, all right, guys. We eat trollers here. That's right, Mary. Very good. Mary, you want to be you want a wrench? Because it looks like I don't have any wrenches. Well, nope. There's Truther Mike. Uh-oh. Yeah, Truther Mike, come on, man. Take those trollers out. If I can see them, that's too late. It should be done. All right. So, and somebody's like, Trump's a bit of a, like, whatever. In your wildest dreams, you would wish, right? So, and that's the way it's going to be. We're going to get the useful idiots come in here and make their stupid little comments, right? And that's just the way it's going to be. Uh-oh, that's right. Drew the mic. Uh-oh, bye-bye. Bye-bye, you. All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. Lots of trolls tonight. I must have put out a lot of good information then. So it's good. All right. And you probably you guys have been taking them out like crazy, and I just happened to see one. So I don't know. All right. Thanks to all my wrenches out there. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. See me pretty much every day, don't you? Multiple times a day. So I got some pretty good shows coming next week. So just be ready. Be ready for crazy stuff next couple of weeks, guys. Just stay frosty. Stay frosty. Stay cool. All right. Lots of love. Stay in love vibration. And I will see you guys next time.
Hello, everybody. It's Michael Jaco with Unleashing Intuition Secrets. So we have, a lot of information that we're going to be sharing today that's going to be very insightful. One of those is I spent some time in Brentwood, California over the, couple of days ago. And it got shown around by some people that are in the know of, secret events that have gone on there for quite some time. And they have rubbed shoulders with Hollywood elite. They have lived in Brentwood. They know a lot of stuff. They showed us around, Tracy and I. So we have a little bit of, information, some pictures. No people that are in the pictures, but we have some pictures. There's a lot of things that are very mysterious about our government and the control system that government uses. I was in the CIA for a very long time. I've seen behind the scenes of a lot of these things, the manipulations that go on, the lies, misinformation that comes through this corrupt and evil part of our government. Pretty much our government needs to be cleaned. It needs to be completely cleaned, and we need to start all over. Pretty much everything. So we're going to continue to share that information as we see that it's time for it to be leaked out there, and this will be the start of some of that. Now, let's start from like 12,000 years ago. Right? So the La Brea tar pits. Now the story is we have saber-toothed tigers saber-toothed tigers are magnificent, or were magnificent animals. Woolly mammoth if you look at our elephants today, the woolly mammoth makes them look like little children, and the saber-toothed tiger makes our tigers or lions or whatever look like little punks. And so the story is, in these La Brea tar pits in Brentwood, that we have, this story that they were just kind of like hanging out and got close to the tar pits and got stuck, and that's where we find them, of hundreds of thousands of them, right, in these tar pits. No, basically what happened, there was a cataclysmic event about 12,500 years ago. This was during the fall of Atlantis, when the evil ones basically tried to destroy our world, because they're going to destroy it if they can't control it. So they were in the process of destroying the world, and it basically caused tsunamis and all kind of crazy stuff all over the world. And so these woolly mammoths and so forth were basically slammed into these tar pits by the hundreds of thousands. We see them in valleys where they're like just stuck into these valleys by same thing, hundreds of thousands. They have huge amounts of skeletons. In Russia, where they were eating woolly mammoths, were eating. I think they're called buttercups, flowering little things, whatever, and they had them in their fresh in their stomachs after they thawed. After 11,000-12,000 years, they started that area of Siberia where they were found. They were able to actually cut the meat because it was flash frozen. Imagine, flash frozen. Their bones, and again, these were the biggest elephants in history that we know of, and their bones, their legs, and so forth were snapped. And so a tsunami, something, they call it something because they don't want to admit, had caused them in massive numbers to be hammered and then flash frozen. So they're discovering all this stuff. So the lies and manipulation is prevalent in everything, and in Brentwood especially. All right. Now I have the title here, Brentwood, Cali, where rich and famous are killed by CIA henchmen and occult sacrifice. Iran strike is coming up. We're going to talk about that. I may have to take the CIA thing out because usually I get restricted if I do that, but we'll see. We'll see how it works out this time. So I'll just leave it there and see if they restrict me or whatever. So if they do, then I'll change that. But you will hear about how this is going on. All right. So I'm not going to have any sound on the videos. We're just going to focus on the information today. So amateurs basically were coming in and digging fossils out of these tar pits, and there's many of them, I guess. And basically this one family that owned the land basically gave exclusive rights to excavate the fossils for 2 years, and they were with the thing they were going to share them. So thousands and thousands of fossils were found, and this is in, like I want to say, make a point here. You see they have the statues there of the woolly mammoths. They're stuck. They just wandered into the tar pits and they got stuck, and then they floated down to the bottom, and that's where they found their skeletal remains. So ridiculous, right? So ridiculous. When you hear, the real story, like I just shared with you, you're like, what the F? Stop your lies. Stop your friggin' lies. All right. But these lies are going to continue until we expose them. So that is one of the things that, the educational system, more and more people are taking their children out of the educational system because it's just spreads lies, right? Makes everybody dumb that goes through the educational system. I would say that I'm mostly self-taught because I learned that, I remember being in school and classes and so forth, and the information that was in the books, I was like, this seems kind of lame. So I did my own studies. I was a bookworm, still am, I guess, to a certain extent. And I would go to the library and do research. That was way before the internet, of course. And I would find out all this information. Then I would bring it back to the class. And I almost was like teaching classes, right? And everybody was like dumbfounded with all the information that I found on a lot of the stuff. So the information that's out there is manipulated, guys. And there's been many people that said that most books, almost all books that are out there right now, are mostly manipulated and full of lies. So now let's get into the rich and famous. So Marilyn Monroe, we went and saw Marilyn Monroe's, I won't say grave site. She's like in a like one of those tomb type things, right next to who's the guy that was Playboy Mansion guy? What was his name? Hugh Hefner. So Hugh Hefner basically bought her or bought two sites there, Wilshire Boulevard, Wilshire Westwood, or whatever the name of this one little grave site place is, and it's like nestled in Brentwood. You would never find it if you didn't know, or if you didn't have contacts like we did, that would take you there. Beautiful place. And so I was kind of surprised that I think it was 1929 or something like that, 1926. Both Hugh Hefner and Marilyn Monroe were born on the same year. I don't know about the exact dates, but of course Marilyn Monroe died before him, was murdered before him actually, and that's where we find things. All right, so who murdered her? A couple guys to the airport that flew out and did the hit on Marilyn because she was monarch butterfly, right? So she was used as, you know, someone that would and truly, I guess they found her in one of those children's homes or whatever, and they developed her. They found that she was beautiful as a young girl and also very smart, and they traumatized her. So all the MK Ultra and all of the monarch butterfly women, like we've had many of them on. Kathy O'Brien has talked about this. They traumatize children that are extremely gifted, and you know, we've had some other people on just recently that have talked about this. They're traumatized so that they are even more intelligent because it kind of focuses them, and so there's some kind of skill that they have to do this, and this is part of their organization. They hunt children, they hunt people, they come in families, family members. They, you know, just like Kathy O'Brien talked about, there's family members, and then the CIA finds out about them, and they're like, you know, okay, we want that child, and we'll pay you, and you'll get good things and be very wealthy and so forth. And that's what happens to a lot of these. Of course, Marilyn Monroe had you know, fame and fortune, so forth. Now, we went to this one place called Ches J, and I have a picture of it here in a second. I'll show you. We ate there, very good food. It's been there since 1959. Became a famous celebrity hideaway, known for its strict no photography policy and sand-covered floors with free peanuts. So the free peanuts, you'd eat peanuts and you just drop them on the floor, and people will walk and crush them. I guess that's where it used to be. That's the way it used to be. There's one photo where there's an elephant in the bar, and there's these sexy, gorgeous women that are at the bar, and this elephant's there, and they're in bikinis, and the elephant's there at the bar getting the peanuts. So kind of funny. But this was where Marilyn Monroe and the Rat Pack used to hang out, and we went in and took pictures of the famous table where they used to hang out. Marilyn Monroe and the Rat Pack, including Frank Sinatra. Now, Frank Sinatra, and I asked one of the gentlemen that I was being shown around, has good insights because used to hang out with a lot of these people, and I'm not going to name names, but because that would kind of narrow him down. But I mentioned to him that Frank Sinatra was Marilyn Monroe's pimp, and he was like, yes, and he was like, somebody knew, like he had found out, you know, so it's kind of cool. So we've disclosed that. We've talked about that. Marilyn Monroe was pimped out to a lot of the like presidents, JFK and Robert Kennedy and so forth. And, you know, that was her death, because she now got the impression that Jackie was going to go away and she was going to be the JFK's wife and in the White House. And I don't know what came over her, but, you know, I guess they're like, no, Marilyn, you can't do that. And I guess she insisted, so they did away with her. That's my understanding. So I don't know. Maybe it's off a little bit. But anyway, other legendary stories. Astronaut Alan Shepard used to hang out there as well. Took one of Ches J's peanuts to the moon on Apollo 14. The astronaut is still kept in the owner's safe. Pentagon Papers, it is allegedly the site, and this was a place where a lot of people came, goes right behind Ches J is the Rand Corporation. We'll talk about that in a second. So Pentagon Papers, allegedly where portions of the Pentagon Papers were handed over to the New York Times reporter. Matt Damon and Ben Affleck reportedly worked on the script for Good Will Hunting there. So a lot of history at Chesjay. It is it's labeled as a national landmark, I think back in 2016 or something like that. So very, very interesting. Okay, this is a picture. We were there just a couple days ago, and we took this picture. This is the outside, Chesjay. All right, really cool place. So if you're ever in Santa Monica, highly recommend you go check out Chesjay and have a little. I had a Santa Monica blonde ale, of course. Right, so very, very good place to hang out and see a little history and so forth. Now, the Rand Corporation, which is literally right behind Chesjay, imagine that. Probably, like we've talked about, a lot of things happen there. So this is a picture of the Rand Corporation from the street. They had a lot of land there. They gave a little bit of it away to a park, and there's a park right next to the Rand Corporation. So the Rand is a nonprofit global policy think tank, research institute, and public sector consulting firm. Cold War space race, U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War, U.S.-Soviet nuclear arms confrontation, Great Society, social welfare programs, natural health care. So a lot of things have been, put together in this place. And of course, with that kind of, people involved in it, of course, the CIA is I don't know for sure, because when I worked in the CIA, I chased terrorists, but I know the CIA is involved in a lot of stuff. So we know that the CIA, tries to direct a lot of countries. I can tell you that from my experience. And they do the same thing in the United States. How about that? So not only do they do other countries, but also the United States. So now, the reason why we know, of course, the CIA is involved in Brentwood is because of Marilyn Monroe. So this is Marilyn Monroe's house. All right. So there's a wall here. They walled it up. You can't really see much of the place anymore. Looks very nice. Now I want you to look at this. So it's going to go. There's the gate, rear gate. Brentwood is absolutely incredible. One of the most beautiful cities I've seen. Very rich and famous people. So right there, see that window right there? And I might have. It's not letting me zoom in, but anyway, right back here, there was a grandma that was with her children, I guess, and so she's staying there. And she commented that there were limos coming and going, coming and going, coming and going, coming and going all night long. So what were they trying to do? Were they trying to talk Marilyn out of her insistence of being the next wife of JFK? I don't know. But regardless, she was found gravesite, very beautiful area. And the energy there is really nice. The energy there at her home is really nice. So whatever they did, in a negative way, it's pretty much it's done. All right. She's good to go. She's moved on. My wife, Tracy, she taps into this kind of stuff pretty good. And so she's talked about this for a long time. She believes that there was some kind of poison that was inserted in her eye. So she did kind of like me. She remote views in her own way, and her eye actually got red. It's kind of like a yes, you're on the right track. So there's she died of a supposedly there's if they want in some ways she was still happy, I guess, but there's probably a lot of problems that she experienced. So anyway, trauma has a way of fracturing the mind and compartmentalizing it and so forth, and that seems to be what happened with her, and what seems to happen to a lot of people that are in the Monarch Butterfly program, and that program still goes on. All right, so the CIA does not stop, right, until they're stopped completely. So this is a long-term Tom Brady's wife is a man. Right? Just throw stuff out there. All right, good. So we got a lively little OJ lived in Brentwood. So we're going to get to that, of course. So a lot of Brentwood stuff, guys. A lot of Brentwood stuff. Of course, we start with the La Brea Tar Pits lies, and then we move on to the Maryland lies, and of course, the one that I just was turned on to. We're going to get to that in a second, but you guys might remember just recently, Director Rob Reiner and his wife, I believe, they were ritually sacrificed, and why? Why were they sacrificed? What was that all about? Right. So let's kind of look at. I could probably go down that rabbit hole and find out a lot of stuff, but anyway, their son supposedly. I saw the convenience store, right down from where they lived. He walked down to that convenience store. I saw that convenience store. And again, Brentwood is very exclusive. Almost all the homes are walled, right? And it's wow, imagine that. And so to keep out the riffraff, the rich and the famous, they talk about how, we should have open borders, no walls, but in their homes, they're walled, right? So their location was, and supposedly he had learned some knifing skills from some of the SEALs that he was training with. So all these things leaked out. Of course, that SEAL series was that he was starring in never was released. All right, good thing. All right, don't want to make the SEAL community look so bad. All right, so evidence, blood, hair, go. So he was either very, very sloppy and murdering, or it was planted, which I believe. All right. So, who really? That Andrew Breitbart, before his death in March 2012, he was a conservative media figure. Andrew Breitbart promised to release videos and information to vet President Barack Obama ahead of the 2012 election, aiming to highlight radical associations from his college days. So we've kind of, figured that out over time, that, he and Michael, not Michelle, but Michael, had dealings. He never went to college. There's no record of him. There's people that were in those classes that supposedly he went to, and they don't have any memory of him being in these classes. And this is pretty much a CIA, hangout too. So lots of, CIA connections here, of course. So he was selected to be in that spot, and they manipulated a lot of stuff through him. Another attempt to basically destroy America through the Obama, administration. And of course, Trump came in eventually and turned that around. So that was a good thing. Hillary was supposed to continue the destruction of America, but she lost out. She promised that she would never run for office again. Of course, Hillary promised well before that. There's a lot of things that Hillary's been involved in, and she kept promising that she was not going to run for office anymore. And there's a lot of Democrats like to do that. They'll tell us that, okay, I'm all in this fraud stuff, and I'm just, to make it right, I'm not going to, do any more office stuff. I'm not going to run for office anymore. So you guys aren't going to see me anymore. So that's how I atone for all of my criminal activity. All right. So Tim Walz is doing the same thing. Tim Walz is saying that he's not going to run for office anymore either. But if he's given a spot as a senator, he would take it. Right. So, he came into a state that was all red. And just like this blue city thing keeps putting these Democrats into selected office spaces. And, the regular Republicans, conservatives that are in these states are like, what the heck is going on in our state? All right. So it's like California is a red state, and they have blue cities that basically keep selecting, not electing, but selecting, very, very evil people that run the states and destroy their states. So Breitbart claimed to have footage showing Obama's connections to radical figures intended to portray him as a far-left ideologue. The content, the material, later highlighted by Breitbart.com editors. I think they didn't put it all out there, although they say they did, of course. What they say and what they do is completely opposite, just kind of like the La Brea tar pits. It's a lie that animals got trapped in the tar because they just wandered too close, all right? By the hundreds of thousands, all right, just wandered too close. They're stupid animals. So Breitbart collapsed in Brentwood. He was out for a late night stroll, probably out to for a late night meeting. Somebody told him they're going to drop off some information to him. Maybe he's one of his contacts. Maybe that got hijacked, and somebody came and killed him first while taking a late night walk on a sidewalk in his Brentwood CIA-controlled neighborhood. He had heart failure. Right, so final resting place is buried Hillside Memorial Park Cemetery in Culver City, California. So Breitbart continues, but of course Breitbart does not go. They know how to be conservative with their information. Right? They were never like Andrew. Andrew was a firecracker. He was releasing all kind of great stuff. And that's what made Breitbart famous. So it's still a good place to get information, but nothing on the level of what he had. Now, that's my stuff on Brentwood. All right, Brentwood. I could go into so many different directions, but do your own, critical thinking and research, and you're going to find that Brentwood is a baddie land for CIA, and a lot of rich and famous live there. They think they're protected, and some of them probably are. And it is a beautiful, great neighborhood. If you're just an average rich person with a lot of money, and you want to go there and hang out, and just be careful who you hang with, right? So. But yeah, absolutely beautiful area, and with a history of, criminal activity that goes on there, right? So, it's like those rich and famous areas. That's where the CIA does really well, I guess. I don't know. So I did a video earlier on crypto, and it's done really well. Now, I talked about how crypto is probably going to take a big hit. It's probably going to go down quite a bit. And a lot of people have viewed that. Now for me, I am a trader, which means I move in and out of, profitable things. I have very good observation skills after my time in the CIA and, SEAL teams at a very highest level. Very good observations, intuition that came out of those observation skills, I guess. And of course, my Archangel Michael experience took it another level again. But the ability to see things that are coming for the future and to see through all the bullshit like the La Brea tar pits and the Brentwood fiascos that are going on nonstop, you start to understand that there's manipulations out there, and you can work around them, stay profitable, so that you can use it, because they want to destroy all of us. They want us to die poor. It's Squid Games. You guys ever see Squid Games, where they had the elite? They're like betting on who's going to make it, and all these people were dying. That's kind of what they do with us, I believe, on a massive scale. And that show was pretty much a reveal. Yes, I believe we live forever going forward, but not right now, right? And maybe in the future, when they're not able to kill us off in lots of different ways, there's going to be some long lifespans I think in the short time frame coming up. But we're going to have to get through some serious problems. And that's where I come in. So sharing and revealing and, taking down the system that's here to destroy you. So crypto, potentially now, like I said, I hold like silver. I'm an investor, long-term investor in silver, but I'm also a trader. So I look at, with my good observation skills, of how crypto goes up and down over time. So we're getting ready to go into a crypto winter. So crypto is going to go down. Now, if you're a long-term crypto holder and you buy on the dips, that's fine, right? Just like I've done with silver, and I bought just on this recent silver dip. We're going to see, now you can move in and you can move out of these different things. So I moved into crypto when it's time for crypto to go up, and then I move out when crypto, does its big moves. It'll do its big moves, and then you take those profits and you put it in something else. So that's trading. All right. So some of you are saying you're not going to get out of your XRP, even though it's going to go really low, right? And crypto is going to go really low. Bitcoin, all the crypto is going to go low. Some of them will disappear in the coming months and year plus until the next halving. All right. So the stock market probably is going to go lower. I don't know if it will be soon or whether it's going to get a pretty significant pullback. I said if the Fed didn't cut rates, it would probably pull back, and it is pulling back. All right. So we'll probably see the stock market, because it doesn't have its crack, toilet paper money. So it doesn't have a lot of free crack toilet paper money. So it basically goes up when there's a lot of crack money, and it goes down when it gets restricted. So we're seeing from the Fed, Jerome Powell should have cut rates. I was like, he'll cut rates, but he didn't. And I said, if he doesn't cut rates, which I guess they're playing games, he should have cut rates, but he didn't. So they want the stock market to crash, I think. All right. So just be heads up. Now we'll probably see a lot of stuff go down. Crypto is going to go down. And it basically did a head and shoulders. So pretty much all crypto is at a head and shoulders pattern. Head and shoulders top. You look at the neckline from the top of the head to the neckline. That's the number that it's going to go down. So Bitcoin should go down about 35,000 from where it's at right now, right? And then probably back down to 50, which has surprised me. But when you look at the head and throat of the of XRP, it looks like it's going back down to 50, which, like I said, is very surprising. And it could go lower. It could go down to 40 cents. So just be heads up. If you're in it, if you get spooked, if you're in it for a long term, why not buy more when it dips and then wait for it to come back in a year and a half, 2 years, whatever. And you'll come back with more. And if you're in it for short term, you're expecting to like get rich and famous and move to Brentwood, probably not going to happen to you this time. And if you sell, it's definitely not going to happen to you, and you're probably going to take a loss. Which 90% or more of people, that's the way it works out for them. So I'm trying to give you a heads up if you're one of those people that is in it for short-term profits, and you haven't that hasn't been revealed to you yet, and you're thinking it's going to go up. Right. So, but again, there's many ways to invest, trading, investing. So if you're investing, good for you. If you're trading, you should have been out by now. And if you're not, you're going to get spanked, right? For the elite, which are going to just take your profits and go, then if you haven't gotten out yet and you're still in the profits, you might want to think about it. So, and I'm not a professional, although I do really, really well. All right. So, anyway, so that's it for crypto. That's all I'm going to share. I said I wasn't going to talk about it, but I just wanted to basically talk about how you can, because I saw a lot of comments. People were like, "I'm holding. You're not going to get me out of silver. You're not going to get me out of crypto." And That's fine. That's fine. If you're a long-term investor, good for you. All right. Buy the dips. Keep buying the dips, and you're going to do well. But if you're a short-term trader, you're going to get crushed if you haven't already. Melania humiliates media, because I just looked at some of the media out there, and they're saying I was a flop. Bullshit. All right. Audiences rave for Melania with 98% Rotten Tomatoes rating, while bitter critics cry and try to destroy it. All right, so exceeds expectations with best documentary box office opening in decade. All right, so I'm looking forward to going and seeing Melania. She is an amazing woman, married to an amazing man. So I'm going to support and have a good time watching Melania humiliate the media, which is constantly try to humiliate her. All right, so Wall Street is, like I said, about to get spanked. It looks like, right? Holman debunks rumors Trump admin retreating on deportations. They're coming stronger and stronger into the cities. And of course, a lot of these cities are going to push back. In LA, unrest in Los Angeles as agitators ignore calls for peaceful protest. And Minnesota Department DOC head, sheriffs have hard time working with DHS because they won't get judicial orders. All right. So Trump has said that they are no longer going to work with Democrat cities. Before they were, and they were just getting, stonewalled and pushed and so forth. And now they're just going to go in and they're going to protect federal places, which the police showed up very, very late in Los Angeles while the federal building was being hammered. So now federal, maybe troops, or federal ICE, whatever, they're going to come in and they're going to hammer down. They're not going to play around because the police in a lot of these deep blue cities are basically wokesters, right? And they have woke sheriffs that are not constitutional and probably put in place by Soros funding. And so we can't depend on them. So shit's still going to hit the fan, guys. We're going to see, many cities are going to get destroyed. I don't think there's any way around that. Minneapolis is slowly being destroyed, I believe. So LA, of course, has been a long-term destruction. If you look at any video, so I've seen videos lately of people that have gone around LA, tent cities everywhere, homeless, mile after mile after mile of tent, along the roadways and parks and everything. It is a total shithole in LA in a lot of places. So, and that's a Democrat. So they profit on a massive scale on the homeless. All right. So they get tens and tens of billions of dollars and they pocket it and they give them a little piece of it. Now I was in just recently, I was at a very, very nice hotel, Ritz-Carlton in Marina del Rey. Beautiful, beautiful hotel. One street over, there were those motorhomes, those old beat up motorhomes that the homeless basically park along the streets. So just a street over from one of the most luxurious places in all of LA, and you have homeless in motorhomes. They can't move those motorhomes because the idiots that are Democrats have voted to basically allow them to stay on those streets because they're homeless, they're destitute. Oh, whoa. So they're in these motorhomes, along these magnificent streets. And then you see, of course, they walk all over the place. So I saw them along the, where all the, multi-million-dollar boats are along the marina and stuff. There's beautiful walkways and stuff, and the homeless are walking all over there, and they're like, it's not good. All right. So these Democrat hellholes, man, it's pathetic. I would love to help those people, but the Democrats don't want that, obviously. If there was some way that I could do some kind of organization to help them, but they're going to just come in and undermine what you do. And that's probably what's been happening for a lot of people that have been trying to help these poor homeless people and drug, addicted and so forth. So Anyway, this is going to continue until we take the blue state Dems out of their positions of power. So Dem state Dems launching schemes to obstruct ICE and federal laws. Schumer shutdown 2.0. Senate caves to Democrat demands on ICE funding. So the shit show is going to continue as long as the Democrats are in there. And I don't give a crap about Democrats or Republicans, really. I think they're both corrupt as hell. We need to clean them all out. This 2 senators per state, screw that. 1 senator, you get to stay there for 6 years, then your ass is out of there, right? Same thing with these Democrat idiots. One congressman from each state, all right? Just one, not from every province. Jesus. Like California is like, they're the worst state in the whole country, and they have flooded Congress with idiots. So we have to get rid of this, guys. We have to do away with this extremely corrupt government that we have, and squeeze it down to a more manageable situation where we have people of merit that go into those positions. Ideally, they don't get paid, but if they need to be paid, they're like come from grassroots or whatever, and they need a salary. Hook them up for like 4-6 years, whatever, and then out of there. All right, next person of merit. All right, so there's plenty of people out there with merit, and there's plenty of people right now that are, squeezing off the system, frauding the system. All of them are frauding the system. All of them. All right. They're all rich as hell. They come in, they have like, $100,000 a name. They leave with like 30, 40, $50 million. It's bullshit. All right. So get these clowns out of there, cut down this bullshit government, and let's get some really good people. And there's obviously plenty of good people out there. We just need to get away from these, the GOP and the Dem parties, which basically they decide who's going to be selected. People of merit don't work their way up. It's basically somebody that's going to be part of the uniparty and help destroy America, and then sponge off it while they're doing it. So yeah, cut them out. Yeah, 50 million salary for political people. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know where you get 59 million. Is that the total, or what the hell is that? Or somebody that's made that much while they're in there? There's plenty of people who made a lot more than that. All right, so we're looking at Iran, probably Iran, however you want to pronounce it. Everybody pronounces it different. I guess Iranians, that's the way they pronounce it. So we have lots of ships there, and we have lots of aircraft, and there's lots of aircraft that are in the air. How about that? And the Iranians are shooting missiles into the air, practicing their missiles and trying to intimidate with their missiles. United States warned Iran on Saturday over its plans to conduct live fire drills close to U.S. forces in the region as partners sought to de-escalate rising tensions between the two nations. There's not going to be de-escalated. It's escalating to the point where we're going to basically take out that regime. The drills come as U.S. Navy ships arrive in the region by the lots, with President Donald Trump deploying what he called a massive armada, which he said earlier this week could act against Iran with speed and violence if necessary. So he said, I saw him in a post today where he talked about how their time is drawing near, where we have given them the option to do the right thing. Of course, they didn't do the right thing when we had to go in and bomb them for the nuclear, right? So, and he's like, he doesn't give him much hope, right? So sounds like we're getting close to go time, guys. It's got to be very, very close. Now, Saudi Arabia had said, like the last couple of days, that they were not going to allow U.S. forces to use Saudi Arabian airspace. I don't know if that's still the point, but Saudi Defense Minister Prince Khalid bin Salman reportedly told U.S. officials in a private meeting in Washington on Friday. So it was a private meeting, secret meeting, but I guess it's being revealed on Friday that the Iranian regime would be emboldened should U.S. President Donald Trump refrain from ordering an attack on the Islamic Republic. At this point, in parentheses, if this doesn't happen, it will only embolden the regime, the defense minister was quoted as saying by Axios news site. While a source familiar with the meeting confirmed that to the Times of Israel that these comments were made, the source said they should be understood in the context of urging the U.S. to have a clear plan and objectives of what it wanted to achieve in Iran. So they're saying it's upwards of 30, I believe, but who knows? Maybe it is. All right, Mike Huckabee has said that Trump not making empty threats toward Iran. So as U.S. ambassador to Israel, and he's saying that, hey, it's basically time to strike Iran, right? So I think it's game on. I think we could see it any moment. Of course, it seems like it's going to be any moment, and they want it to seem like it's going to be any moment. Same thing with Venezuela. You basically draw them out. They get all ready. This is perfect. This is perfect because you keep them like they've been for the last couple of weeks, thinking that the strikes are going to come anytime, and it wears them down. This is perfect planning. This is what we used to do all the time. And when I was in the CIA, and also when I was in the military, right? So I was kind of like in the military arm of the CIA, right? Taking out terrorists. So we would, put out information out there that if attacks were imminent. Of course, they did the same thing to us, but we were able to have Mike around, so there weren't any attacks. So now, J.P. Morgan closed 633 shorts at the exact bottom. J.P. Morgan, all right, the massive manipulator. J.P. Morgan, who basically took Tesla's information where he was going to have free energy and basically shut it down. Wardenclyffe in New York, where they built that tower, basically was going to beam out free electricity or free energy, not necessarily electricity. And J.P. Morgan's like, how am I going to make money off this? I funded you. I thought I was going to make money. So I got all these judges in my back pocket, and they're going to make you poor. And then we're going to steal all your information when you die. Right? So Uncle basically got a lot of that information. So that's a good thing. All right. So JP Morgan, bad to the bone. JP Morgan Chase, bad to the bone. They manipulated the silver market down so they could take advantage. Now, I think the silver is going to bounce. It's still in a bull market, guys. So manipulation aside, it's going to be manipulations. We have never seen a price go down like that, I don't think, in history. So it's like a 10 omega, like there's omega points, like 1 omega is like maybe it happens. 2 omega is like kind of like unusual. 3 omega is like rare. 4 omega is like, oh shit, that's really not. So all the way to 10 omega, right? So there's a lot of that happening right now in a lot of different places, a lot of different things. These, 6 and 10 omega events. So things are really getting funkified out there. You like that word, funkified? Right? Ukraine loses 5 F-16s in one day. Kind of like all those M1 Abrams tanks. I think they had 31 of them. And I think they're all gone. They might have one hiding in a warehouse somewhere in, Kyiv or something, but that's probably the last one. Russians hammered the hell out of those. But, the F-16 is an old invention. It's been around a long time. So we didn't give them our good stuff. And because I guess we knew it wasn't going to last long in their hands. So here is Ukraine loses 5 F-16s in one day. Russian strikes turn the sky into hell. Right? So Russians are, just gobbling up Ukraine real estate left and right. Just look at a little bit of this. So boom, there goes a missile. That's a drone, not a missile, but a drone going right in and taking out that aircraft. Now that aircraft looks a little shady to me, so maybe it was one that was in mothballs, but that is an F-16, and it is now whatever's left, whatever that was. If it was a dummy F-16, or if it was a real thing that's been mothballed or under repair or whatever, it's blown to pieces now, right? And so are 4 other ones. So 5 F-16s taken out in one day, right? So not going so good in there in this crazy land, Ukraine. Ukraine is getting absolutely hammered. Let's see if I can find a little outline of the country. All right. So this area right here is they're basically going to go up and hit this one city, Zaporizhia, that is right up north of this area that they're slowly, methodically taking down. You see these little yellow boxes? There's 2 lines of these, and they're basically we're supposed to stop Russians from going past this area. Of course, Russians are basically going around them, coming along the flanks and taking them down instead of going right up into them. But they're taking down these 2 massive lines of defense that Ukraine had to stop them from going to Zaporizhia. So Zaporizhia goes down, and basically it's all ahead full to Odessa. So Odessa, like I predicted, will be going down. Now, another thing that I predict is that there's going to be other large cities within Ukraine. Kharkiv, I believe, is like the second largest city after Kyiv. I believe that's going to go down. And as time goes on, as I'm seeing things, I think Russia is getting to the point where they're and this is Kupiansk. This is traded hands like 4 or 5 times or whatever, and it looks like Russia is really getting it under control better than ever before. So another major city. So major city after major city after major city, Russia's been taking them down. Kharkiv, Zaporizhia, Odessa, I believe this year, and I even think that Russia is going to go to Kyiv finally and stop all this nonsense. They're gonna drive their forces into Kyiv. At the start of this war back in 2022, they almost did that. They held off because things weren't quite going the way they anticipated. They thought that there would be a lot of support. I guess that was not the case, and so they had to build up their forces. They got pushed back quite a bit. Ukrainians, with the help of NATO and all of the incredible money that the Biden administration and all the military, all the what do you call it? The Humpty Dumpty, all the fell down, had a great fall, and all the king's forces, all the king's men couldn't put Humpty Dumpty back together again. That's Ukraine, right? So Ukraine threw everything at Russia. Russia withstood it and drove them back, and has been driving them back, and is gobbling up land like crazy. I think that Russia did not go into Kyiv because they felt that it might really incite NATO and the United States. Now the United States, I think, is like they don't care, right? They don't care about NATO. They would like to be trading partners with Russia. All right, that's the way Trump is with everybody. You want to be trading partners with us? Stop fighting, and we can just be trading partners, and it'll make everybody happy. That's kind of Trump's game, which really is pretty simple but effective. So I think eventually that's what's going to happen. But Russia has to make sure that it protects itself going forward, and I think that's what it's going to do. So I think this will be the year, because I saw that Kyiv would eventually fall to Russia, and that we would see. I saw Putin during Christmas time in Kyiv celebrating. So I don't know. Maybe this will be the year. They got a full year. At the rate they're going, I think they're going to get it. Right? I think it's going to happen. So we'll see. We will see. So that's if you were brainwashed into believing that Ukraine was bad, I feel sorry for you. Right? So that's quite the opposite. All right. So multiple explosions are happening as I'm speaking in Iran right now. So I'm just seeing this new information. So it does appear that they're probably what's happening is on the ground. They're taking out maybe mobile air defense and so forth. Maybe some of the IRGC, headquarter type places in multiple cities, because this is happening in multiple cities right now.
Major cities and smaller cities.
So, United States warned Islamic Republic not to block the Strait of Hormuz, and Chinese warships arrive in Middle East as joint drill continues. Now, I just saw another headline just before the show where Putin was not backing Khomeini, right? He's like, you're on your own, dude. Yeah, I got to deal with Trump, and you're not part of it. Right? So Khomeini is going down. So there's a lot of different things that are out there right now. What could happen with this strike? So let's look at some of the headlines. Here we have what could happen if the U.S. strikes Iran. Here are 7 scenarios. Iran goes nuclear. Would they go nuclear? Do they have the nuclear capabilities? Maybe. I think they do, actually. Iran renews threat to strike Israel as U.S. attack fears grow. Now, there was a scenario, there was a timeline. I hope it does not come to fruition. But there was a timeline where I saw that Tel Aviv does get nuked, right? So I hope that's not happening. So Iran renews threat to strike Israel as U.S. fears grow. So there you go. UK backs American strikes on Iran to stop nuclear threat. So, the UK is like, go team, go, and they're not helping at all. Yeah, because they don't have anything left because they've given it all away to the Islamist. And so they're like, you guys just come on in and here, we'll just feed you and make you the mayors, and you can just take these cities, and I know you'll do the right thing. And I don't think that's really working out so good for the people of UK, right? The people that have for hundreds of generations that have like made England amazing. They're being basically pushed aside. So the Don Lemon case is already getting interesting. Lemon has decided to retain high-profile attorney Abe Lowell, who has represented a huge swath of political figures in times of crisis. So who is affording that for him? Does Don Lemon have a lot of money from CNN, which he hasn't worked for years now? I doubt it. Somebody's hooking that boy up and probably told him, go raid this church because we hate Christians, because we're Luciferians and you're part of our team. All right, so Don Lemon has lawyered up. He has retained Hunter Biden's attorney. So Hunter Biden used him. President Bill Clinton during the Monica Lewinsky scandal, which he got off. Of course, he got off, she got off, and everybody got off. All right, so in one way or another. All right, this unprecedented attack on the First Amendment, says Lowell, unprecedented attack. It's never happened before, ever. These lawyers, God. All right, the government argued. So basically what happened is he was arrested, Don Lemonade and Lemon Squeeze. And so he goes in, and the Judge Patricia Donahue, released Lemon from custody on his own recognizance. So just go. All right. So the government argued that Lemon posed a threat based on his church storming behavior and requested that he remain in custody. She said, no, he can just go. And Donahue denied the federal government's petition to institute a $100,000 bond. So he just like got off, no bond, just, be out there, and if we call you, be on call, right? And probably not even going to call him, right? So, as well as subsequent petition to restrict Lemon from traveling to Minnesota or New York. Lemon will make his next court appearance on February 9th. All right. So, Lemon. Tim Walz says he will never run for office again as Minnesota faces fraud probes in federal crackdown. I'm just going to go out this back door and all that fraud stuff. Don't worry about it because I'm not going to run anymore. So, you guys cool? All right, I'm out. See ya. So, I have no political consideration and will never run for elected office again. Never again. Although he has said that if he's given a Senate seat, he would take it. All right. But he's never going to run again. That's different. Yeah. So if he's given a seat in Senate, that's different from running. So he's not going to run for office again. So kind of like what happened with Hillary Clinton. I remember her, that frazzle dripping and adrenochrome and cannibal, child cannibal girl. Hillary Clinton has stated multiple times that she will never run for president again. Never. In 2019, following her 2016 loss, she told News 12 in New York, where she was receiving from a witch's coven, an honorable witch. That's true. In New York, they have witches' covens, and she was given an honorable, membership and high status in a witch's coven, and she went and accepted it. Right. So you were like, well, anybody could say that. No, she went in and took it because she's a witch. Hello. All right. 2022, in an interview with CBS News, she said she would never, said it again, never run for president. Now, I remember all way back, when she was in the State Department, and all that trouble started happening when she was in the State Department. She was the head of the State Department, and she had the, that illegal email thingy in her home where she was, sending all kind of messages, secret messages to everybody. And the Clinton Foundation was making tens of millions of dollars as payoffs, and she was like, I'm never going to run again, all the way back then. So that I can't even find it. I remember where she said it all the way back then. I'm never going to run for office. Then she ran for president, right? And then after she failed at president, she's like constantly saying Donald Trump won because of the Russians, and Donald Trump won because of this, and Donald Trump's bad, and Donald Trump, and Donald Trump, and Donald Trump, and Donald. It's woe is me. That's the way that Democrats always do this. So she said would never run for president again, and stating it was out of the question for 2024. And then that was in 2022. And then 2024, despite some rumors, she continued to reiterate that she was not running for president until everybody forgets, and then she's going to run for office again. Right? That's the way the Democrats do it. Right? But is Hillary Clinton still alive? I don't know. There's rumors that she's gone. All right. So do I believe in those rumors? Maybe, baby. All right. So legendary actress dead at 71. So, you have to be very observant of a lot of these things. Now, you might remember this actress, Home Alone actress. And remember her son's name? Kevin. Remember Kevin? Kevin would sleep in while everybody else is packing and running out the door to go on a trip, and Kevin didn't make it over and over again. So she died yesterday. And what else happened yesterday? What else happened yesterday? Well, Donald Trump basically said that he wanted a guy named Kevin Warsh to be the new Fed pick. So that's his choice, Kevin Warsh. Kevin Warsh. Kevin. And then Home Alone, Mama died at 71 on the same day. So you look at that and you're like, what? And remember, Trump was in Home Alone when he used to own the Plaza Hotel. And Kevin McAllister, or Macaulay Culkin, for real life, asked him for directions. And he's like, he pointed like that way, right? So Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, appearing for 7 seconds in the lobby of the Plaza Hotel, which he owned at the time, in 1992. And of course, he owns hardly anything anymore in New York. And I don't think he owns anything. Actually, I think it's all in trust, so nobody can touch it. The cameo in the scene, Kevin asks, "Excuse me, where's the lobby?" And Trump replies, "Down the hall and to the left," before walking away. Right? You guys remember that? I'm not going to show it because if I show it, they'll restrict me here on YouTube. So now, in 2019, the Canadian Broadcasting Company Corporation, CBC, cut the scene for television broadcast. So it's been a long time that the Canadians haven't liked Trump, right? They really don't like him now that he says he's going to take Canada back, right? He's not going to take it back. It's always been part of America, but he's basically just saying, you guys are going to give it back, right? You guys stole it. You think it's yours, but it's ours, right? And so that's kind of the way things are going to roll. And so they really don't like Trump now. It's not Trump. It's like, this is the way things are. He's just making it right. All right. And I know you Canadians love that because we love you. And we know that you're basically have a very, very evil government that's over you right now. So we're going to welcome you into the U.S. And if you decide to just be your own space, we'll support you, of course, with our military. Because I don't know, Ottawa may come in and say, well, we're going to just come in and hammer you with our military. Those in the military that will listen to us, and so we'll be like, no. We'll destroy anyone of your corrupt military that decides to go in there and do anything. So I think that's what's coming. Favored trade status, border crossing, okay both ways, and all that kind of stuff. I think Alberta is going to be amazing. There's a place north, a city called Edmonton. I did a course up there. Chilly, northern lights, beautiful lakes, beautiful country. The trees are stunted because it gets super cold up there, so don't grow very big. But it's very, very beautiful. Very, very beautiful, right? So I look forward to Alberta being part of the United States, in one capacity or another. All right, so Warsh's experience on the Fed board. So isn't that kind of suspect? Home Alone, lady dies on the day that he says Kevin Warsh, and Kevin McAllister, Kevin. Remember, she's screaming Kevin over and over again, every show, every movie they had. And now she's bye-bye. And some of these similarities, sometimes you're like, oh, is Trump kind of like, telegraphing deep state, or is he basically in the face of the deep state? This is what Mike believes, right? Mike believes that President Trump likes to disinformation the deep state. So they're going to kind of focus on Kevin, while in the background there is, and maybe I shouldn't even say this, but anyway, I'm going to say it anyway, Judy Shelton. She's a prominent female economist and former Trump nominee to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors who advocates for a return to gold-backed monetary standard. So there was a rumor that she was going to be nominated, and gold and silver were kind of maintaining a decent level. And when he picked Kevin, then it crashed. All right. crashed pretty hard, and then it bounced back a little bit. So, the way that Trump works is he disinforms so that the deep state doesn't get too full of themselves and try and take down the people that he's really wants to put in those positions. And who knows, maybe the last minute he goes, oh yeah, actually I just wanted Judy all along. Right? So, and we're going to do away with the Fed and the IRS, and we're just going to have Treasury is going to be gold-backed currency. It's going to be tied to crypto. XRP is going to transfer. Blah 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 blah. I don't know. So I think that's a plan at some point. We'll see. Now there is explosive sunspot growth activity coming, guys. Now we talked about this, and I'm very surprised that the last outburst from the sun didn't have major earthquake activity, because normally it does. But somehow, some way, the Earth shielded itself. How about that? Is there some good guys involved there? Possibly, because normally it would have just cranked through the Earth and just started making those La Brea tar pits filled back up again with all of those leftists. All right. They're, 10,000 years from now, they're going to find all these leftists in the La Brea tar pits from the tsunami that comes and pushes them in there. So they were like, who are these stupid people? These stupid animals. Look, they're stupid. They just gathered around the tar pits and got trapped and got sucked down into it. Yeah. Look at all these hundreds of thousands of stupid people that wandered and got stuck in the La Brea tar pits. Right? That's the way they'll talk about it. Because no, they won't, because we're not going to be stupid in the future, right? I thought that would be fun, though, right? Leftist, hundreds of thousands of leftists, millions of leftists that were demonstrating against ICE. All right, Biden judge crushes Minnesota's desperate bid to shield illegal aliens from justice. ICE's Metro surge marches forward. So I think that's awesome. A Biden judge. Cool. A Biden judge. So let's not pick sides here. Let's just do the right thing, right? All right. I don't give a crap if you're Democrat, Republican. Just do the right thing, period. Right? No party bullshit. Although the Democrats suck bad. So they're the worst. But I think, as we go forward, that Democrat Party, as I've said all along, is going to go bye-bye. All right. So that's the future. Democrat Party goes bye-bye. And the rest of us, dance and have a good time. And we're very happy because, things are moving in the right direction. All right. So it's been fun. It's been good. And maybe we should just hang out for just a little bit longer, but maybe not. All right. It's because it's getting late. See, it's getting dark. I remember when it was 4:30, 4:45, 5 o'clock, it would be dark. And now look at it. It's 5:22 here now, and it's still light out. So the days are getting longer, but I believe that we're going to get some more cold weather here. It's a snow megadon happening on the East Coast. There's already been snow flurries in Florida. I think that my old stomping ground is going to get some snow probably early tomorrow or tonight. All right. So that will be Gulf effect snow that's coming for Florida. It won't stick, but it will be flurries all the way down into the middle of Florida. So you guys know that I said that it would be cold. And a lot of you guys have seen my slowly but surely, a lot of you guys are going and checking out my forecasts for the future. At first, I was like, no one cares. And now a lot of people have seen it. So it's kind of fun to see, what an intuitive sees for the future. Doesn't always, happen exactly, but I'm pretty close. And it's not me. I say I'm saying my God connection is pretty spot on. But there are some times where, you get informed, and we as a community, stop these certain things from happening. And the ones that we want to happen, we focus on them with our God consciousness, and we make it happen. And that's why, that's right, Kim in Wisconsin, that's why we buy silver, because silver is God's money. And silver, even though it was used to basically, take down Yeshua, Ben Joseph, Jesus, for you guys that don't know who the heck that is. So, what was it, 30 pieces of silver? Now we've turned that around, and it's going to be many pieces of silver that make you rich. All right. And I think that's the way it's going to be. It's pronounced Shay. Yeshewa. Okay. Yeshewa. All right. So the golden age with love and light. That's right. And I'm so harebrained, but where are your forecasts? There, it says forecast future. Look in my YouTube channel. All right, guys. Lots of love. Stay in the love vibration. The forecast will continue. Those are forecasts at the beginning of the year, but during the year, I constantly give more forecasts and update you on a lot of things. There's a lot of things coming at us. So you guys need to be like crypto going bye-bye for a little bit, not completely bye-bye, but down, and buying opportunity. Silver, you just had a buying opportunity again. We pointed this out many years ago when it crashed to 17. It's like, buy it. And so a lot of you guys did, and a lot of you guys are happy. You'll be happier in the future because silver and gold are in a massive bull market.
January 28th, 2026. Welcome to the Global Defense War Monthly Panel. I am John Michael Chambers. We will cover from a military perspective just what is going on behind the scenes, and I will set the stage for this panel right now before we bring the panel on. And this report is compliments of Guardian Daniel R. Operational Intel, COG, Continuity of Government active. President Trump commands military in control. This is not a drill. The United States is operating under continuity of government protocols. Donald J. Trump is the commander-in-chief. The illusion of democracy is collapsing. SCOTUS is powerless. DC is theater. The military is running the show, and it never stopped. While the world wants staged elections and fake inaugurations, COG, or continuity of government, protocols were activated. These Cold War era procedures were designed for nuclear scenarios, but they've been used now in silence to defend the republic from an internal enemy. President Trump never left. He never conceded. He never surrendered his command. Key facts they hid from you. 1. President Trump's executive orders remain in effect. Executive Order 13912, activating the Ready Reserve for Wartime Authority. Executive Order 13848, sanctions for foreign election interference. Executive Order 13818, blocking the property of persons involved in serious human rights abuse or corruption, neither revoked. Not under Biden, because Biden was never in charge. The military never transferred authority. The chain of command stayed intact under President Trump. We do recall that Mar-a-Lago became a no-fly zone. SCOTUS is out. Jurisdiction suspended. In a May 2025 dissent, Alito admitted, quote, "We lack jurisdiction." Translation, under continuity of government, SCOTUS is legally neutered. The courts cannot act under wartime continuity. They admitted their powerlessness. Washington, D.C. is a fortress, 25,000 plus troops deployed during the fake 2020 inauguration, fences, checkpoints, surveillance, all signs of perhaps martial law. We are witnessing a silent military occupation. Every agency, every delay, every cryptic executive order has been by design. Not incompetence, strategic warfare. President Trump is back, never left, and nothing has changed. He resumed public leadership in 2025, but the classified wartime structures remained. He is now leading from two fronts: a public presidency to stabilize the population, and a military operation dismantling the global cabal and deep state apparatus. This is not politics, this is war. The media is feeding you illusions. The deep state is panicking, the courts are empty shells, but the military and the Constitution are fully engaged. The silent war is real, and the commander is active. President Trump didn't come back, he was always in control. And the world is about to learn what continuity of government really means. All right, now, due to scheduling conflicts, our good friend, retired Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bossi, will not be joining us in today's episode on the Global Defense War panel, but you can catch Ricardo and I every other Monday, this Monday coming, on Bossi Briefs, and he will return to this very panel in the February broadcast. But in his place, I'm honored and pleased to announce we have Sheila Home joining the panel. Sheila is a deep state a researcher and a deep researcher, theologian, and Christian. She is a prolific author of 19 books, including An Eternal Plan and the book called For the Sake of America series. All right, Michael Jaco, retired veteran, Navy SEAL, dedicated a total of 35 years serving the U.S. Constitution in high-risk environments with a very popular podcast. We also have joining us, of course, retired Army Derek Johnson, expert on tabulating and covering Commander-in-Chief President Donald J. Trump's laws and orders and updates to the Law of War Manual, the PEDS, etc., and relating them to the current events as they unfold. Also joining us is Canadian military firefighter Brad Wozni. All right, let's bring the panel on. Welcome back. Good to see everyone. And welcome Sheila Home to our military panel. While Sheila is not served in the military, those that know Sheila Home, she's cut from a very, very different cloth. And we're very honored to have Sheila here with this panel to give us her insights as well as our military friends. So I'm just going to jump right into it, folks. I've got several different things I'd like to talk about. There are so many things going on. If time allows, and I hadn't raised something that's really something you'd like to bring to the surface, just offer it up, please. We're going to begin with Minnesota. We see the chaos unfolding on the streets there. Do you see this spreading is the question. We're going to start with Michael Jaco. Do you see this spreading into more states, the chaos in Minnesota? Explore it any way you can. Who's behind it? One moment, sir. And are you in favor of President Trump invoking the Insurrection Act? So let's go there, Michael. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that it's very possible that it's going to spread. All the other states are watching this. This is pretty much the tip of the iceberg of what's possibly coming. But Trump is handling it very well. They're finding out, who's doing the funding. That just came out with Kash Patel. He said, we have the names. Oh, that's not good. Because once you get the names, you get the funding, that will carry over into the potential of them doing this in other states, which many of us predicted that they would do. So that's for the deep state, using this in different places. So today we have Tom Homan moving in and taking charge and taking it to the next level. We just had another shooting. It remains to be seen, what that was. I think that they targeted that guy. I don't know if that was, an execution they did there, but that was kind of, the more I look at that, I'm like, they took the gun away from the guy and then they shot him. It's like, so it's what we're seeing from them. They're basically, they have rules of engagement. They're treating it just like a war. And they're using the press. The press is coming in and watching people and using the system to find license plates numbers. So they're actually tapped into the larger system. Somebody is giving them information. When the ICE agents and so forth are going to hotels, the people that are behind the desk are telling the ICE
not the ICE, but the rioters. You know, that we got some people here. So this is a larger thing. I've seen some of the influencers that are coming in to report, and they're being followed. Once they're discovered to be, not part of the press that is part of their team, then they start to, make statements, and they're calling them out and says shame, shame, shame. These are probably codes. Those of us who've been in the military, I think they're codes that they're using to telegraph that these are not part of our team. The press is, most of the press is part of their team. There's many people within the political establishment are part of their team that's being exposed. President Trump had a conversation with Tim Walz, and Tim Walz decided to, I guess, get on board. So President Trump probably disclosed a lot of information that they had on him and other people within the political establishment. So Tim Walz, I think within hours or so, they sent the police that had been handcuffed by the political establishment. They went in and started arresting people. Now, I did a show just before that, and I was saying, we need to go in and start arresting these people and determining who is being paid, who is a paid agitator. Because most of these people there, it's not an organic system where people within the community are like, we want the ICE agents out. Of course, there's some of those, but I think most of them are paid agitators. They're trained, just like military would be trained to do different, contact and, cause problems and so forth. We've seen a lot of that happening with these groups. ICE will go in to do an arrest. Normally it would take 3 or 4 ICE agents. They have to show up with 15 to provide a perimeter while they do their arrest. It's out of control. The local police establishment should have been doing that. So all of the different deep state, cities and governorships and states and so forth, California, Illinois, New York, to name just a few, are all looking at how the President Trump reacts to this. And if they do a trip up, which, the recent shooting could end up being a little trip up, but, both sides are going to have little trip ups. And, things are going to be established, things are going to be revealed that are really going to, bring this all to a head. But yeah, I do believe this is just the tip of the iceberg. It will spread to other states. They'll adapt. They'll overcome the problems maybe, Minnesota is having right now, and they'll just like they did with the election stealing. They adapted in every single state. If a state came up with, okay, we're going to vote like this, then they would, the machines broke, and they always had a fix. So that's why we're not getting a lot of information from the get-go, because they're trying to, cover cover their actions. If I'm doing an ambush on somebody, I'm not going to telegraph I'm going to do an ambush on somebody. We're gonna set it up, and so they're going to show up, and we're going to take them down. From that point on, then the deep state's going to know, okay, this is the way they reacted, this is the way they, organized, this is the way they took this down. So they're going to adapt. So it's adaptation that's happening on both sides. So we're going to see this, go forward like that. We'll make inroads like we're doing right now, I believe, and then they'll adapt, and they'll make it more difficult, or they'll work around. This is the way war works. So we're at war with the deep state here in America now. So it's going to increase. It's going to get more difficult. It's going to get more intense. Bullets are really close to flying. I won't say that we're waiting for that, but we're close to that. And once that happens, then we'll probably see insurrection, and we'll talk about that too. Insurrection Act.
Wow. Yes, that's a great analysis in terms of the adaptation from both sides, and this being sort of the test run, if you want to call it that, as this madness moves through other cities and states. Before we move through the panel, let's do a follow-up with your question, Michael, on insurrection. It seems to me that most of the people in America, at least the sentiment I'm picking up, everyone's really, really waiting for the president to invoke the Insurrection Act. Do you think that's coming? And that, of course, I would assume it would be compartmentalized to the location that requires it versus nationwide. So that's part A. Part B is, can you differentiate between insurrection and martial law?
Yeah, I've been into many countries where martial law was being implemented in combat zones and so forth. So I'm familiar with moving around in a military law type environment. You can still get around, although you don't want to get out in the way of like some of the military guys. You don't want to rub them the wrong way. I've I've had placards, and we're obviously Americans. We look like Americans. But when you try and move around some of these military guys, they'll get a little antsy and you could get lit up. All right. So, military law is not where we want to go. And I don't think overall we're going to go to a military law in America. It'll be Insurrection Act that will happen for individual cities. Or, I don't think it's going to get much bigger than that. But we could see major cities have insurrection acts where the military moves in and starts to take down people, because the military, like we saw with Maduro, has some very, very high tech, games that they can play. Because these guys, like I said, will adapt, and it will be more difficult for like an ICE agent or police or so forth, or National Guard. You'll need more specific, highly trained people to go in and take down some of these bad actors that are out there, and they're highly trained. We got terrorists that are absolutely here in America, and they've fought us for a long time. So we have them in America thanks to the Biden administration on a very high level, thousands of them. So it is going to be difficult in some of these areas to take them down, and absolutely we're going to have military high level professionals go in and take care of that.
Well, thank goodness for that. And when you speak about all these terrorists that are well trained in infiltrating this country, certainly over the last 4 years, it reminds me of Sheriff Richard Mack, who said, listen, they're not here to play checkers and chess. People better pray, plan, and prepare. So thank you, Michael. Let's take the same line of questioning to Derek Johnson, on the subject of Minnesota insurrection and spreading to states and so forth.
Well,
Derek?
it's all to be expected. Partial. There's always two parts of this story. 145-47 already shows you that we are, in fact, are in a portion of a martial law, because we have the suspension of habeas corpus, and that's been used quite a few times. And you've heard Stephen Miller mention that. So, also the Insurrection Act, President does not have to tell the people that he's invoked the Insurrection Act whatsoever. You can look this up. It's on .gov sites. Does not have to tell the people. It's the same concept of, if I know that you're afraid of a wolf and a wolf's at your door, why would I tell you there's a wolf at your door if I can get the wolf off your door without alerting you, and then getting you into a stable position to where I can say, hey, I know you don't like wolves. You had one 2 weeks ago. I removed it. Now let's talk about prevention of how we can keep wolves from getting in your yard, getting on your porch, getting to your door. So there's 45-47 outlines that. And, like Walz and this little mayor who has no testosterone whatsoever in his body, but his wife does. His wife was a lobbyist. See, so all this is pointing to the fraud. Now, a portion of this, you're going to have a few agitators get out there because they're paid for, but this is exposing those that are on the lower levels. That's how far we've come in this. We're now to the low level agitators, which is cool, which means all your high big dogs are out. James Comey hasn't posted on his Twitter or X account since June last year. 1.1 million followers. I'm pretty sure if I was having someone talking trash about me and I have 1.1 million followers, I'm pretty sure I could stir them up with, hey, you're following me for a reason. Why hasn't he posted? All right, so there's all these high levels have gone. And if you'll go read the Unconventional Warfare Pocket Guide, you'll see that portions of this is actually staged, all right, to get people, engaged, things of that nature. The other portion is rooting some of these low-level, perpetrators out and saying, all right, you want a record for the rest of your life? Come on out. We'll give you one. And if you act even more stupid, we can give you something else called a pine box. If Tom Homan was the solvent the whole time, if he was the solution, he would have been the solution the whole time. See, that's how you go by principles. People don't live by principles anymore, right? The principle is if Walz wanted to work, if this was all real time, if Walz and this mayor wanted to work with President Trump, it would have never escalated to all this publicity and the stink that they've caused if they truly cared about Minnesotans, right? Because Tom Homan's always been there. And that's what Tom Homan does. And ICE was already there. So Tom Homan would not be the solution for libtards and also Democrats, because Tom Homan is a guy who punched me in the ribs and said, keep doing what you're doing. And he sounded like Sylvester Stallone. This guy is the real deal, right? So Tom Homan's not going there to talk about unicorns and fairy tales, right? So if he was the solution the whole time, he was already the solution. So if this was all real time, it's not, though. It's for the people, what we call the target audience, what other people call the normies. Because like the press, there's examples that shows the press. One, when you declare a national emergency, the emergency to that, there is a restricting telecommunications. The president can restrict telecommunications, TV, radio, internet, etc. All right, he can decide what he wants to do, how he wants to use them, if he wants to use certain teams. All right. Well, the appeals court have banned the AP, the Associated Press. They've been banned from Mar-a-Lago and also the White House. All right, the Associated Press now, AP, they're still reporting though, but what are they talking about? So a lot of this is still seeing what certain people are going to do. And Elon put a list out a couple of weeks ago of all the news outlets that are fraudulent, and President Trump is still hammering those. So some of this is to see what certain people are writing, possibly, but the ones on the ground, what they're reporting, some of it's distraction because this is all operational. Now, on the bigger picture, talking about martial law, first off, is a military government, and then continuity government, right? The difference in a whole of government and a continuity of government. You heard, quote unquote, Joe mention whole of government from 21 to 25, but then there's an executive order of an invocation of a continuity government. All right, well, I have reason to believe, and I don't know when and how they're going to show it in history, but back during January 2021, when the world thought, man, the world was ending, J6 was going on, all this other stuff, there were a lot of things happening in D.C. And I sent a video to a buddy of mine. I said, what is this? I said, you ought to know exactly what this is, because that's what we did with air and missile defense. Why is President Trump talking about the Golden Dome so much? That was my MOS in the military, air and missile defense. All right, we know missiles, like nobody's business. Aircraft, ground to air, air to ground. We know missiles. All right. What they were showing in D.C. at that time period looked like a thing called CRAM. And CRAM is new technology that can knock out a nuclear weapon from the sky, like a missile. All right. And this stuff that they were shooting at that time looked just like CRAM around D.C. All right. There were aircraft, military aircraft all over D.C. from 21, 22, 23 in D.C. The Department of War now, but the old Department of Defense, aircraft, our own military has to request clearance to fly into D.C. What were tankers, stratotankers, and refuelers doing all over KC, the extenders? What were they doing all over D.C., flying multiple circles over D.C.? Now, JACO can answer that because of the tunnels and special operations, etc. This is unprecedented. All right, so I have reason to believe that we were under a nuclear attack, because what was the last? When you trap the global enemy, all right, then they would have had a nuclear retaliation. All right, we bombed the hell out of Iran. We bombed the hell out of Yemen. We've been doing that. These were all executive orders of Obama and Jimmy Carter. All right, so they were on their last stand then, not right now. This is not the last stand. This is the remnants of the residue of the, I guess we could probably on here, the shit that's left from the shit, as says, out of these nations. That's where we are right now. So I have reason to believe when we left the idiot Nuclear Range Forces Treaty in 2018, it all ties into this. All right. And President Trump had them trapped, and it wasn't him, it's the generals, the admirals, but he's the face of it. They're all trapped. All right. And quote unquote, Kamala just said this recently. All right. On her interview with Jimmy Kimmel. Right. This is all strategic. She said this has been decades in planning. All right. So if it's been decades in planning, it's going to have to end at some point. You can't keep dragging this out like some people think we're doing. This is the remnants of it. This is just all to get people engaged. The movie of Melania is coming out. They're getting people engaged. They're getting people locked in. They're using actors and TV and sports. Nick Saban, University of Alabama, my undergrad, he was what most people thought was a liberal. He just paired up with President Trump with an executive order, and he said a speech at the ESPYs or whatever it was, and he said specifically that our game can bring people together, our sports. And President Trump said we're going to have all these sports and all these leads coming in after July 4, 2026. Like, it's all setting up, right? So all this is the end goal, and a lot of people can't see it because they've been brainwashed, but the end goal is still to bring everybody together, Democrat, Republican, liberal, Buddhist, atheist, whatever heck you are, right? To say, hey, look, we have a functioning government. Go read the Federalist Papers. Read what our founders talked about. They had differences. We need differences, and we got to have differences. Same thing with religion, same thing and all that. So when you go read the founders and you watch what President Trump and the generals and all of them are doing, they have strategized this to where everybody can come together on a neutral ground and still have differences. But you got to get people engaged, and you got to break that. And the way they're breaking it is what President Trump says. You got to give them what they want. People love drama in this country. I hate it. They love it. So you give it to them the way they want. You get them engaged. And President Trump, you got to listen to him. He says this all the time. He said that, but he also said with the people out there that, hey, criticism's not always bad. See, because criticism gets them engaged. All right. So you can yell at me all you want. And that's why I use the John Wayne movie all the time where the little boy was stuttering. And then he said, you almost got your friend killed. And he, well, I tried, and he was stuttering. He said, the hell you did. And he said, if that had been you out there, we'd have heard you loud and clear. But he kept stuttering, and the more John Wayne yelled at him, he spoke clearly. And then when he finally said it, he said a string of expletives where he said, you GDMF son, or you GD mean GD son of a whatever it was. And he said it clear. And John Wayne said, I wouldn't make it a habit of calling me that, son, right? John Wayne don't care. President Trump don't care. That's why they use the man who has everything in the world. He has nothing to lose. He has nothing to gain, though. He has everything in the world. They use the man who was neutral, who wasn't military, but who also wasn't a career politician. They used somebody who, yeah, maybe he had a hooker in his life or two. Who cares? All right, it's like the Bible talks about. And they're trying to get all these people to break all these barriers of this judgment that people put on everybody, when if we all had to stand up somewhere in our life and say what we just did the week before, it'd be game over. It'd be a stone throwing party like nobody's business. So I think a lot of people need to study more unconventional warfare, irregular warfare. Those are the missing pieces that people are missing right now that's going to tie in what's taking place lawfully if they know the laws and the orders. You can't just have laws and orders, because this required an extensive military plan, but some of that has been implemented. And an insurrection act is just where President Trump can federally deploy troops with civil authorities. Well, we've already done that. We've already done that. So, that's already been on display. And now it's going to go to other cities. California will be next, but in different places, New Orleans, he mentioned, but certain like Memphis, I think it was, and New Orleans, they capitulated. He put that in a post like a week ago. He said that they worked with us. So that's already happened though. This is just step by step. And then Minnesota's exposing all the fraud, the Smileys, and billions of dollars. I mean, think of billions of dollars out of Minnesota alone. So it's a lot of things going on to unpack, but most of this stuff's already happened. This is just bringing in the target audience to get them engaged, bait, and switch.
Interesting perspectives. And, you basically unconventional warfare, fifth generational warfare is what we're witnessing take place. And you mentioned uniting us at somewhere in your dialogue. And I think the more things that get exposed, we're in exposure phase as well, and that'll escalate later. I think the unity is going to come together because not with everyone, of course, the crazies will remain so, but a lot of people will start to operate of right versus wrong versus parties. Same question with Minnesota insurrection, et cetera. Brad Wozny, if you'd like to take that on.
No, I think it's pretty great because it also ties into, even Bannon just had it on War Room right before we came on, that Canada, Venezuela, China, Carney, who doesn't even have an X profile that has a gray check mark. And there's a perfect calm ever since he was installed in April of 2025, does not have a gray check mark on his Twitter X profile. And he keeps getting tagged by Scavino, the White House, and Trump on X with that regular blue check mark. So there's a massive calm there. And they're also disclosing that Venezuela is funding the ICE protesters as well, alongside Soros and all of those initiatives. That's pretty big. And then we also saw in Canada just today, Surrey, BC, which has a 69% crime rate, which everybody's like, where is Surrey, BC? That's just part of the Port of Vancouver, where there was the big drug bust that was announced less than a year ago, where they found the largest amount of Chinese and Mexican Sinaloan cartel fentanyl, which had ever been produced in the world, even today. And even RFK is out there right now. And this all ties back to what is going on in Minnesota and all across the parts of the world. And the new accord that was just signed between India and the EU today as well, is that they are turned all these people, which could have been, God-fearing, great patriots in all the nations, right? One America, continent of America, making America great again, bringing us back, like Juan called me, and I had reported here on the show, and Juan and I have done shows as well, on December 24th of 2024, 26th, Boxing Day evening, and said, we're going to buy Greenland. We are going to welcome Canada back into America, since it was Colony Canada, Article 11, 1777, America's first constitution, and the 2nd Canadian Regiment fought with George Washington, and bring that back. Well, the mayor of Surrey, BC right now, the most crime-ridden city all across Canada, which used to be, full on, mostly white populated and Native American Indian populated. You just go back a few generations and see that, said, we are calling upon Ottawa to send in the military to help us clean this up because of the Indian gangs from India, the one right beside Pakistan, Indian gang warfare, which is going on, and we can't handle it. The RCMP can't handle it. The local police can't handle it. And a lot of them are on the take as well, as it's been exposed. So that Insurrection Act and the fact that it's just played out on Bannon's War Room, and I believe Alex Jones just picked up that story too, that Canada is funding the Minnesota ICE protests. 2 months ago, we just had Doug Ford, the Premier of Ontario, caught with a $111 million ad doing election interference in America. And Trump even called it out at the White House and said that he would be under investigation for election interference. So all of this, I think, is to try to pull everybody together, John, and for your audience, to say that, okay, it's not just Minnesota, but it's other places, and preparing everybody to watch the gauntlet start to be dropped, because we have, what did Tom Homan just call it a few hours ago? Operation Metro Surge. And, he posted on X a few hours ago, said, I met with Governor Tim Walz and I met with the other Minnesota representatives, and they're going to work with us. That's what Tom Homan just posted. It's up on the White House page right now. They re-truthed it, re-X'd it as well. So it's really potent and it's powerful. And if everybody wants to Derek, who just so eloquently pulls everything together with everything he knows from his photographic memory and the EOs, his background, remember that it was only a few years ago on Michael Jaco's birthday, Derek and I are in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and Juan O'Savin treated us and a whole bunch of other people to an absolute spectacle. And I had just shown up, and I was there for about 2 hours, and Louis Herms is standing on my right, and there's a speaker up at this little thing called the Truth Tour. And I had just met Louis. I mean, we've been meeting online through Zooms, but in person the first time. And Louis is on the phone, and I'm like, what? This is kind of interruptive. We're at the back here, and there's his speaker and the Truth Tour talking up there. What's going on? And he goes, Juan O'Savin wants to know where we are, the Kiwanis Community Center, I-25, Cheyenne, Wyoming. Okay. And he goes, I think he's going to arrive here by helicopter. Maybe about 20 minutes go by. Derek's outside. Louis joins him. Derek's doing a live stream. I'm up on the mic 7 or 8 minutes in to giving my presentation on what's going on. Boom, F-16 tailpipe right out the window shake, like a scene right out Top Gun, 100%. Like, that's crazy. That's rare. That's never happened. We take a few minutes, about 2 minutes. We're like, that was awesome. Okay, cool. We sit down in the chair. I start talking again. Interrupted by another afterburner tailpipe F-16. So we all go outside. We had 8 F-16s, 100 to 150 feet off the deck. And you've got Michael here. You've got Derek here, likely Sheila as well. And as you all well know from this story being shared multiple times over the years, that we had it verified by multiple people that there's only one of two people in the American government that can declassify residential airspace like the Kiwanis Community Center in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and allow military jets to overfly it at 100 to 150 feet off the deck. And that happens to be the commander-in-chief or the one who's running all of the Joint Chiefs at the time. And that was it. And then Juan called and said, did you guys like the air show? And by the way, we also had C-130s. We had helicopter Blackhawks for 5 more hours waving at us. Now, the truth tour, as we're still going on and having our presentations and mingling with these patriots during mass lockdowns. So it's truly amazing for everybody to take away from that as we're talking about Insurrection Act and what's to come and what's to play out for the normies and bring them on as well. I don't know if it's still in it for sure. I can't tell you, but what we've seen all the evidence, and even the McCullough Foundation put it out there as well and said the mRNA gene editing biotech weapon, which is what is classified by the Alliance of Indigenous Nations, whom I've had on my show, and they are an international tribunal, and they are recognized by Canada, and they are recognized twice by the Supreme Court of the United States, has classified them as a weapon of mass destruction. They are a gene editing biotechnological and radiological weapon. And Peter McCullough and the McCullough Foundation just put out and said, based on all the evidence that we've assembled, you know, it has a 100% or near 100% rather, I don't want to take that exact words right from his mouth, that it alters the brain chemistry and it hooks people up like into the Internet of Things and antennas. We've seen other massive shows, and Michael's done these shows for years, and I've talked about it on my show as well, that it then has the ability for people to be hooked up and it takes over their brain chemistry. So that can also be going on right now. And that 5th generation or 5G warfare you were talking about, the spiritual level, the emotional, the physical, the financial, the enslavement, everything which has been happening to us in the medical, I think it's all coming to a culmination because you're seeing, as Derek just so perfectly put it, it's the residue, you know, it's the mid-level and the lower level that still need to be removed. And what did President Trump just do last week as I wrap up here? He signed an executive order, but that's kind of where I guess most of these people belong if they don't clean themselves up, or they're not even having any more self-awareness that they need that type of a help to eventually be cleaned up and hopefully restored, you know, to the way that they should be in their body. And I feel that this is truly remarkable. And I know the world is watching, John, not only just on your show here, but from all of the political and the business establishments across all of the nations of the world, because they're looking at what America is going to do. Because if they're going to do that in their own country and they're going to clean up their own cities and they're partnered with America, that they need to make sure that their act is the same. And on February 11th, we have coming up, General Raising Cane has just called upon all 34 nations to bring in and have a General Assembly meeting of all the military leaders of 34 nations. You know, you can't just like ring up and say, hey, in the next 2.5 weeks, I'm having a conference and I expect you to be there. And that's going to happen unless you know that there is absolute control of the Western Hemisphere with the Don Rowe Doctrine in effect and playing out. And they know that as well. And I think that is going to be something to watch. What happens on February 11th, too, from that conference.
Fascinating, incredible times we're living in. And to our audience, we're going to, what we can expect is a lot of chaos, and we see it around us. And you alluded to some of the chaos in Canada moments ago and other places around the world, because we're putting order in. The geopolitical landscape is changing. We're actually beginning one nation at a time, starting here at home in America, freeing nations from the demonic, satanic, tyrannical forces that have made life a living hell on this planet. So the chaos is what we're witnessing as we begin, and not just with Trump leading the way, but with our alliances around the world, putting order into things. To our audience, just pray, plan, and prepare. That's what you can do, and keep putting the truth out there. But don't get expect chaos, expect disruption. This is going to happen and it has to happen in order for us to get to the other side. Sheila Holm, thank you for joining us. It's good to see you here on this panel. You've been listening to our other panel guests. How would you like to weigh in on the Minnesota, the Insurrection Act, and the things we've been discussing?
Minnesota is the template. And I'm hearing chatter now that it's not just going to be 12 cities, it's 15. And at the same time, they brought up the Penguin unit, just like people were shocked about the Ghost unit. And so to have a Penguin unit that can be trained in the deep freezing weather that we've been experiencing, even here in Georgia, it's not going to get above freezing. It's going to be in the barely double digits all week at night, and a lot of rain during the day. It's just crazy and never gets above 40. It's just, we're in this, and we're in it for the long haul. But there was a wonderful thing that happened tonight while the president was flying out to Iowa. He's in Iowa tonight, and speaking. It's like a rally in Iowa a year after the primary last year, thanking them. And he sent out a message that was quite profound. And it was that he sent J.D. Vance, and the mayor and the governor didn't want any help, and they wouldn't help. And so then he sent out Homan, and he said to all of us, he's going to get a great report from Homan, and then they're going to figure out what they're going to do. So tonight he decided he's not getting any answers, and they're not wanting to provide any help. And so now he sent in the 101st Airborne and under the general, and they're on their way there by helicopter tonight, landing by helicopter tonight. That should kind of put Minneapolis on its ear. So that's what's happening in the right now. And there were such amazing statements, because I didn't know, from not being a military background, family, but not myself. And so where we're at with Minnesota, my dad's family is Norwegian, and none of the cousins, because I contacted them, none of the cousins were aware that their state Senate candidate in Minnesota is working with Walz, and she's the organizer of the riots that are going on in Minneapolis right now. So we found the training group, we found all the lies, and the man, I did hear, Jaco, I did hear that the man that had the gun and the multiple magazines, so he wasn't just there, because a lot of our guys are conceal and carry around the country, but this guy didn't just have the gun, but he had the gun and multiple magazines that he never would have needed unless he had an assignment for the event. And so when they grabbed him, he didn't have the safety on, and his gun went off. And that's what happened. And so they've done a major investigation on that the latter part of today. And that's what they're announcing right at the end of today. There is a problem with the Insurrection Act. If the Insurrection Act, as it happened with Abraham Lincoln, when that happens and you go into a civil war, you cannot recover the republic. And that's why they didn't hold on to the republic, just for Grant was the last president right after the Civil War. And so where we're at right now is there's two things that have gone on. And Derek had mentioned the unconventional warfare. So that manual has been shared, and I've shared that with many people. The other one is military government. And military government is a lot about what we have going on right now because of the transition, I believe, between the corporation, because you have to unpeel the whole thing, or everybody's involved in sedition, because you can't have two governments at one time. And so I think Derek was very gently covering all of that as to how we hold all this together during this time on this transition. And so where we're at right now is that this military government was just an outline signed in 1949. That's, I believe, what Eisenhower gave unto President Kennedy. And that military government, they confirmed, was just an outline. So they sit on these bullet points, and it's only like 53 pages at that time, much bigger now, big notebook now. So what they said was, this is going to give you the outline that you're going to follow, and you're going to get ready, because the Q team has tried this 6-7 times since the Civil War. And it just hasn't worked. Lost a lot of lives, but didn't get through. We had to have a Trump to come in and stand in. He and President Kennedy were the two that never got attached to the corporation. Neither one of them took a salary from the corporation. They kept themselves completely independent of the corporation. And so what we have going on right now, by Minnesota being a template, is that Minnesota, what is happening is identical across the country. And it's the same with the cartels. These guys are all coordinated with and funded by our government through our taxes. And so what we have is a battle on our land. And that's why the summary is very similar to what Derek and Jacob were going over earlier, is that these guys knew exactly what to do. Our guys have captured all of the signal communications, and they said everything is exactly like it was in Afghanistan, exactly like it was in Iraq. These guys are operating in the same way as those who were operating this way when we were on the other side of the world. So now here we are in our own land, and we've got people internally, legal Americans, helping this happen in America with our money. And so it's much deeper than people realize. It's not going to be quick. It's not going to be handled quick. But our military has been trained up in a military government structure so that they're ready to help the people that need the help. And they're ready to stand in with the people who want the help. And it's just now turned in Minnesota, where the people themselves are coming forward and asking ICE what they can do. It took all of this to get us to this point. So when they were ramming him with a car, I think you guys saw that whole thing. And all the media said was, they didn't run over his body. She didn't run over his body. But then we found the rap sheet. I put out the Laken Riley, and then we got the rap sheet. The woman had a horrendous rap sheet. Then we find out she's been trained. That led us to the group that's training him. That led us to the state Senate candidate that knows that she's the organizer over the training and choosing the people to be involved in certain tasks and activities. And all of this, as Derek and Jacob were already confirming, was highly organized, highly set up. They know exactly what they're doing. They're able to communicate with each other. This is not a random situation, and it's not a regular protest. These people know what they're doing. They've been trained how to resist and to fight against ICE. They know exactly what's going on. And this is across, and now they have found evidence of this now in 15 cities instead of 12. We'd heard 14. I've heard 14 for a long time, that there were going to be 14 cities that were going to rise up. So, but to head into insurrection, and yet the president joked the night of Maduro, after the skiff and everything was done at Mar-a-Lago, he was on the plane, and he was talking to the press corps, and he said, did you know that George W., did you know that he actually went through and issued out 22 insurrections? And I was like, what? He had more than one? And because everybody's making a big deal, is he going to do it or is he not going to do it? But the coordination of this, and there was one other thing, when you were mentioning, Jaco, about AP, the Associated Press. Now, why are they being blocked? Why are they being stopped? I spent a lot of time with ABC in San Diego. There were plans to do things with ABC in San Diego, and I'm glad I didn't go any further in the contracting with San Diego's ABC station. But the 4 a.m. memo, remember hearing that comment? Somebody's giving these guys a 4 a.m. memo, and they're all saying the same things on all the stations. That 4 a.m. memo is the teletype that comes out from AP. AP has been coordinating all of this for generations. And so they've known, and it's way beyond Mockingbird Media now, because it's actually a format and structure that all of the nations tune into, all of the nations involved. We never wrote anything originally. It all came off of the AP wire every morning at 4 a.m.
Reminds me of Good Morning Vietnam, where Robin Williams, the actor, of course, grabbing the fake reports off the thing, and just 7 people did not get killed today in the bar, and so forth and so on. They've been and now it's on steroids. To your point, you raised a lot of great things there, Sheila, and a couple of comments. Soundbite, of course, but you're right. This began with JFK, who didn't sign up with the Corp, and President DJT is going to finish it off, who also is not acquiescing to the Corp, in fact, ended it. And this has been a plan long in the making, as everyone on this panel well knows. And last comment I have, based on some of the content you provided, Sheila, is these insurrectionists, these funded people, these agitators, whatever word you like to use for them, they don't. Yes, disruptive, and it's going to get worse before it gets better, but they have no idea what they're up against. The military and the intelligence, they have no clue. And we've already won this in many ways, but it's got to play out And so it does. So thank you all very much for taking that on. I want to bring us to Caroline Levitt, who said, quote, Barack Obama attempted to overthrow the U.S. government in 2016, the sitting president in 2017, and then effectively overthrew the election of 2020. He and his friends in the different agencies. The DNI has also released, of course, the evidence of election theft of 2020. It is now a fact. We've known this, and many Americans who are awake knew this, but this is now a fact validated within the administration. President Trump last week at Davos, we know what he said. I'm paraphrasing. He said they stole the election. Everybody knows that. And then he said this: prosecutions are coming soon. So we'll go back to the top of the panel with Michael Jaco. Michael, what do you make of President Trump's statement concerning prosecutions coming soon in light of the election theft? What do you believe the course of action is necessary to right that wrong now that it's